Folks, we got about 2 or 3 minutes. We're going to be ready to start. So if you haven't had a chance, people back there looking at items, if you haven't had a chance to get registered, please step up here to the front and get registered. We'll be ready to go here to get some announcements to you here in about 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you. Is anybody here looking for their telephone? This man right here might be looking for it. $5. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start here with just got a couple of announcements. Lot number 39 in your catalog, the description now reads, and if you had an early one it didn't, that the opal is cracked. So lot number 39, the opal is cracked. Also, lot number 151, the opal is cracked. So lot 130 is a it says it's a 1911, but it's actually a 1911D. So that's not in there. And lot number 97, the weight is 26.557, not 265.57. That'd be nice. So that might change the value slightly. But anyway, that's the only changes we have. We didn't have anything pulled this year or anything. So get things started off. We really appreciate everybody coming out today. We got a beautiful day. We want to thank you for coming out to the 2023 Illinois State Fair, and especially for thank you coming out for the Illinois State Treasurer Michael Frerichs Unclaimed Property Auction. The treasurer and his staff have put numerous hours in getting this stuff out, getting a catalog, getting it pictured, getting it ready, so that we could come out here today and have the opportunity to buy it. They do all the work, and I get to have all the fun. So that's works out good. So, but anyway, we're going to start off here, and then we may have a guest auctioneer stop in and see us for just a little bit. But right now, I'm going to turn the mic over to the treasurer, and he'll say a few words.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Frerichs. I'm the Illinois State Treasurer, and I want to thank you for coming out here today. Thank you for coming out to the State Fair, but also specifically for this auction. For those of you who don't know, I'm the Chief Investment Officer and the Chief Banking Officer of the state of Illinois. We make money for the state. We help families save money for college. We help families save money for retirement or for kids with disabilities. But one of the things I really enjoy about this job is I get to fight on behalf of consumers every day to get money that belongs to them back into their pockets. See, that there are corporations, there are banks, financial institutions that are holding on to money that doesn't belong to them. And if they can't find the rightful owners, they turn to us and we look for them. That's how we end up with this property. People put valuables in bank safe deposit boxes and either forget about them or they pass away and no one knows to collect them. We try for about 10 years total to track down the rightful owners. If we can't, our vault starts to fill up with things. And we need to create room for new things that are coming in. That's why we have this auction. So this is not a fundraiser for the state of Illinois. We don't keep this money. what happens is the owner of that box, the owner of those baseball cards or that jewelry or that $500 bill, we can't hold on to it, but when we turn it into cash through an auction, we can keep track of it. So 10 years from now, 20 years from now, if they come to claim it, or their children or their grandchildren, we'll give them the price it sold for at auction. So if you came out here today thinking you're going to help the state budget by participating in this auction, you're not going to. But if you want to help out the original owners of these, they've been sitting for at least 10 years in a box, and we think they ought to be enjoyed by somebody. So hopefully you out there have found something with your eyes on, something that you would like, and we encourage you to bid well. Now, we have a great relationship here with the State Fair. This is housed in the Department of Agriculture, and I have to say, as fun as this is, it is even better because we have such a great partnership with the Illinois Department of Agriculture, and we are joined today by the Director of the Department of Agriculture, Jerry Costello.
Thank you, Treasurer Frerichs. Welcome to the 2023 Illinois State Fair. So glad to have you all out here. I want to tell you, I served as a state rep for close to 9 years prior to this position. One of the things I can say about Treasurer Frerichs, who was then Senator Frerichs, he has always been a fiscal watchdog for the consumers of the state of Illinois. He has always been extremely financially responsible. I was very pleased to see you move from the Senate on to the treasurer of this state. Thanks for what you do to help the people in the state of Illinois and to protect them from a lot of those larger companies that are trying to dupe or come after consumers. You do a terrific job. We're pleased to have you here. Thank you all. If there's anything we can do for you while you're here on the fairgrounds or at any point in time during the year, don't hesitate to contact the Department of Agriculture. Appreciate you being here.
Director, thank you very much. You guys have been great partners. So I want to make sure you stay here for the auction. We start the auction, you bid a lot, but when you have reached your max, when this is done, we encourage you to enjoy the fairgrounds here. We have this unclaimed property live auction every year here on the fairgrounds because I think we've got a special gem, a special treat here at the Illinois State Fair, and we want to invite our friends here to enjoy it. So after the auction's done, stay around, have a corn dog, visit the dairy barn, ride some rides. Have a great day.
Thank you, Treasurer, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do the sale for the Treasurer on behalf of my auction company. I'm David Coker. I'll be the auctioneer here today. I've got Jeff Atterbury down here on the floor. He'll be working the floor with me as far as taking bids. You can bid to either one of us. My wife, Kathy, will be one of the cashiers. Janet will be the other one. We have Sandy and Cheryl, who will be running sheets and keeping track of everything. So we just want to get everything we can get, but get, make it where it's as quick as we can get you in and out of here. So we're going to start with lot number 1. This year new, we've got 2 TV screens up on the stage so you can see. They're not down on the floor. They're up higher where you can see what we got. I'm just going to read gold coin bracelet. The rest of the description is in your catalog. If you don't have a catalog, let us know. Somebody will get you one. But if you just follow in the catalog, we're going to try to speed this up and do it as quickly as possible. So, all right, item number 1 is the gold coin bracelet right there. And how many dollars on who give me $4,000 to go? But if it's $4,500, but if $5,000, not $5,500, but if it's now $6,000, now $6,500, now $7,000, but if it's 7, but if it's 7, but if it's 7, 65, 67.5 one time, 67.5, but about 67.5, now down 7,000, but if it's 7, now 72.5, 7,000 back there, now 2.5, back there in the back, now 2.5, but if it's 70, now 5, but if it's 75, 75, but about 75, 72.5, 7,500. Anybody else? Y'all in all done. 72.5, 75. Got to go. Sold it right out there. 72.5. Number 2. Number 2. Item number 2 is 2 gold bracelets. All right, right there. How many dollars on? Took me $1,000 to go. But if it's down to 12.5, but if it's 12.5, 12.5, now 1,500. But if it's 15, 15, now 17.5. 17.5, but about 17.5. But about 17.5, where? But about 17.5, but if it's 15, 17.5, 15, 16, 15, 16, but about 16, 16, but about 16, about see me at 1,600. 1,600 where? But if it's 16, 16, but about 1,600 where? But if it's 16, got 1,500 bid, it's 1,600. 1550, anybody? 1550, anybody want to see me at 15.5, but if it's 15.5, 15.5, but about 15.5, 15.5. I'm sorry, we're going to have to pass on that one. 1875. Sold it. Number 36, 1875. Item number 3, 14-karat yellow gold bear bracelet, 7 inches long, right there. Who give me $1,000 bill to go? But if it's 1,000, now 12 and a half. But if it's 12 and a half, but if it's 1,100, and now 12. But if it's 12 and a half, 12 and a half, now 13. But if it's 13 and a half, now 14. But if it's 14 and a half, but if it's 14 and a half, 14 and a half, 1,500. But if it's 15, 15, but about 1,500, 14 and a half, way in the back. Now 1,500, but about 15, 15, but about 15 and a half, back in the back, and now 16, but about 16 and a half. But if it's now 17, but if it's 17, 17, but about 17, 16 and a half, 1,700, 16 and a half, 17, but about 17. Anybody else? Y'all in? Gotta go. Sold it. Back in the back, 16 and a half, number 37. Number 37. Item number 4, 1 electronically tested 14-karat foxtail tassel terminated chain bracelet. Right there. And how many dollars on it? Who give me 2,000 to go? But if it's 2, but if it's 2, but if it's 2, 1,500 where? 1,500 where? Now 17 and a half. Now 2,000. But if it's 2,000, now 22 and a half. But if it's 22 and a half, but about 22 and a half. 22,000 up here. 22 and a half. 21. But if it's 21, 21. But if it's 21, 2,000 bid. 21. But if it's 21, anybody see me at 2,100 where? But if it's 21, anybody see me at 2,100 where? 2,000 bid. 21. But if it's 21, but if it's 21, but if it's 21, 2,000 bid. 21. Anybody else? Y'all in all done. 2,000 bid. 21. But if it's 21, anybody see me at 2,100? 2,100. Anybody? Takes 22 and a half. We're going to pass on that one. Passing on number 4. All right. Number 5 is a 14. I know. Yeah, it's going to be 127. Yeah. All right. So we're going to do number 5, and then we're going to have a guest auctioneer come in here, and we're going to jump forward in the book, and we'll sell from there. But item number 5 is 14-karat gold necklace and bezel. Right there. How many dollars? Give me 3,000 to go. But if it's 3, but if it's 3, now 3,500, now 4,000, now 4,500, now 5,000, 47 and a half. Boy, 45, 7 and a half, but about 47 and a half, but about 47 and a half. Anybody see me at 47 and a half? 4,500, baby, 47 and a half. Anybody else? Y'all in all done. 45, 7 and a half. Sold it. Out there, too late, already done it. Number 2. Number 2. All right, I'm going to turn this over to the treasurer here and jump forward in your book to lot number 127. He's going to sell the that lot right there.
All right, it's going to be back up here today. We're going to be selling off some basketball cards. As some of you might suspect, I have played a little basketball in my life. I enjoy the sport, I enjoy watching the sport, and when I saw some of these guys here, you've got, until recently, the all-time NBA leading scorer in Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. We have an autograph card from him. We have Michael Jordan. We have all kinds of stars here, and so I am a big basketball fan, but not a professional auctioneer. So I think maybe we'll start off. Does anyone think that's worth $100? We got $100. We got 100, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a quarter. We have 125, 125. Anyone like 125? 125. Do we have 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 175, 175, 200, $200. We got 200, 225. We got one at 225 in the back, 250, 250, 2.5, 2.5. We have 275, 275, $275. Yes, 300, 300. Do I see three? Do I see three? $300. $300. Yes, 325, 325, 325. We have multiple NBA All-Stars, 325, 350. Do I see 350, $350, 350, $350, 350, $300, 375, 375. Yes, $400. Do I see four? Do I see four? Do I see $400? $400. Can we run? 400, we have 425, 425. Yes, we have 450, $450, $450. Can we say, who are all these cards again? I know we got Kareem. I know we got Michael Jordan. We had Kobe Bryant. We had Kobe Bryant, $450, 450, we have 450, 450, 450, 475, $475, $500, we have $500, $500. Going once. Now we have anyone else in there for 500, 525, 525, 525, 550, 550, 550, 5.5, $550, $550. Yes, $575, $575. Yes, $600, $600. We have 600, 600, 600. We have 575, 575. We have 600. 575 going once. 575 going twice. Sold. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for humoring me here. Number 53. It was a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the auction, everybody.
Thank you, Treasurer, and a good job on those cards right there. So, all right, we're up to item number 6, which is a gold charm bracelet with 104.75 weight. Right there. How many dollars on? Who give me 3,000 to go? Would it be 3? Now 3,500. Would it be 35? Now 4,000. Now 42 and a half. Now 45. Now 7 and a half. Now 5,000. Now 52 and a half. But about 55. But now 7 and a half. But about 57 and a half. Now 6,000. 6,000. Would it be 6,000? 6,000. Would it be 6,000? 57 and a half. 6,000. Where? Would it be saying? Would it be anybody see me saying? Would it be saying? Would it be saying 57 and a half? 6,000. Where? Would it be saying? Would it be anybody see me at 6,000? 6,000. Anybody else? Got to go. 5,750, number 2. Number 2. All right now. Item number 7 is a 14-karat yellow gold watch. 14-karat yellow gold watch right there. And who give me 2,000 to go? But a bit 2, but a bit 2, but a bit 10. Anybody see me 2,000 where? Now 22 and a half. 22 and a half, 25. Now 7 and a half, but about 27 and a half. 27 and a half, now 3,000, but a bit 3, but a bit 3. It'll about 3, now 32 and a half. 32, where you at? 3,000? And now 32 and a half, back in the back. 32 and a half, but about 32 and a half, but about 32 and a half, but about see me at 32 and a half. Anybody else? Y'all in and done? 32 and a half. Sold it. $3,000, number 36. Number 36. All right, item number 8 is 3 gold pins. Item number 8, 3 gold pins right there. And who give me 7.5 to go? But a bit 7.5, 7.5. Now 800, but a bit 8, but a bit about 8, but a bit 8.5. 8.5, and now 900, but a bit 9.5, but a bit 9.5. Now $1,000 bill, now 10.50, and now 1,100, now 11.5, now 1,200, now 12.5, and now 1,300, now half, and now 14.50, now 14.50, 14.50, but about 14.50, 1,400 bid, 14.5, and now 1,500, but a bit 15, now half, but a bit 15.5, but about 15.5, 15.5, 15.5, 1,600, but a bit 16, 16, but about 16, now 7, 8, 17, and now half, 17.5, but about 17, now 17.5, now 18, but a bit 18, 18, but a bit 18, 17.5, 18, but a bit 18, but a bit 18, everybody see me at 18. Sold it. 17.5, number 42, 42. All right, lot number 9, pink coral necklace, bracelet, and earrings. Pink coral necklace, bracelet, and earrings, and who'll give me 500 to go? Would it be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 8, about 5, would it be 5, 500, where? Would it be 5 to make it a 5, 2.5, 2.5, where? Would it be 2.5, 2.5, but about 2.5, but about see me at 2.5, but about 2.5, but it be 2.5, and now 300, but it be 3, but it be 3.5, 3.5, now 400, but it be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4, yield about 400, 3.5, 400, where? Would it be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4, yield about 400, where? Would it be 4 to make it a 4, 3.5 to 4, 3.5, 400 where? But it be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 3.5, 400. But it be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. Anybody see me at 400? 3.5, 400. 3.5, 400. But it be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. Anybody see me at 400? Okay, we're going to have to pass on that one. All right, item number 10. 750. 750. All right. 2 gold necklaces right there. Item number 10. 2 gold necklaces right there. And how many dollars on? Who give me 2,500 to go? But it be 25. Not 3,000. But it be 3,000. Not 35. But about 35. But it be 35. 7.5. 37.5. But about 37.5. 35. 7.5. But about 37.5. But about see me at 37.5. 35. 7.5. But about 37.5. But about 30. G back in. 36. I never thought of that. I'm glad you was here. 36, 37, 36, 37, would have been 37, would have been 37, sir, would have been 37, would have been 36, 37, 36, 37, would have been 37, you yield about 37, anybody see me at 3,700, 3,700, anybody else? Sold it, 3,600 to number 36. All right, all right. Item number 11 is 14-karat white gold solitaire ring. Right there. How many dollars? Who give me a $1,000 bill to go? Would it be 1,000? That's 12.5. But it be 12.5. But about 12.5. 1,000 bid. 12.5. But it be 12. 1,100. But it be 11. But it be 11. You yield about 1,100. 12. But it be 12. But it be 12. But it be 12. You yield about 1,200. 11 bid. 1,200. 11.5. We'll walk. And now 1,200. And now half. 12.5. But around 12.5. Now 1,300. But it be 13, sir. But it be 13. 13. But about 13. 13.5. But it be 13.5. And now 14. 14, but about 14, 13 and a half, 14, 13, 14, now half, but if I found now half, but about half, but about half, but about you don't see me at a half, 15 and a half, 1,500, and it's, I'm asking for 1,550. and now 1,600. And now half, 16 and a half. 16 and a half, but about 16 and a half, 16 and a half, but about 16 and a half, but about see me at 1,650. Y'all in all done, 1,650. And now 1,700, and now half. And now half, 17 and a half. 17 and a half, but about 17 and a half, but about 17 and a half. Sold it right out there, $1,700, number 42. Number 42. All right. Item number 12 is 131 piece dollars. 131 piece dollars, and he'll give me $2,000 to go. 2,000, now 2,500, but it'll be 25. Now 3,000, now 3,500, but it's now 4,000. But it'll be 4, make it a 4, now 5, 4,500, but it'll be 4,500, but it'll be 4,500, 42 and a half, 4,000 bid, 42 and a half, and now 4,500, 4,500, but about 45, 42 and a half, 45, but about 45, but about 45, but about see me at 4,500, 4,500 where, but it'll be 45, I'm gonna make it 42 and a half, 45, but about 45, anybody else, y'all in all done, 42 and a half, 45, sold it your way, 42 and a half, number 44, number 44. All right, item number 13, 10 U.S. Morgan silver dollars. 10 U.S. Morgan silver dollars, and he'll give me 2.5 to go. 2.5, and now 300, and now half, 3.5, and now 400. 400 back in the back, but it'll be 400, but it'll be 4 to make it a 4, 3.5, and 400, now 4.5, 4.25, 4.25, but it'll be 4.25, but it'll be 4.25, 4.5, and now 75, but about 475, now 500, 500, now 5.25, but it'll be 5.25, 5.25, but it'll be 5.25, 5.5, and now 75, 575, but I'm 575, but I'm 575. You're in at 5.5, and now 75, but 75, but about 575, but about 575. Gotta go. Sold it right over there. Number 8. 14 U.S. national currency $20 note, 1902, Springfield, Illinois, and who give me a $100 bill to go? 100, and now 10, and now 20, and now 30, and now 40, and now 50. And now 60, 160, 170, 180, 180, 190, 200, 210, 210, now 20, 220, 230, but it'll be 230, 230, but it'll be 230, now 40, now 50, my way, and now 60, and now 70, my way over here, 260, now 70, 260, now 70, would it be 270, would it be 270, 260, 270, 260, and now 70, would it be 70, would it be 70, now 80, would it be 80, would it be now 90, would it be 90, would it be 90, would it be 90, 290, would it be 290, and now 300, would it be 3, and now 10, would it be 310, 310, would it be 310, yield about 310, 310, where, would it be 10, would it be yield about 10, now 20, would it be 20, would it be 20, now 30, would it be 30, would it be yield about 30, 330, 330, where, would it be 330, yield about 330, you want to see me at 330, gotta go, 330, now 40, now 40, now 50, but about 50, but about 50, 350, but about 350, but about 350, 350, gotta go, 350, and now 60, 360, now 70, would have been 70, would have been 370, and now 80, 380, would have been 380, now 90, 390, would have been 390, 390, would have been 390, and now 400, even money, and now 10, 410, would have been 410, 410, would have been 410, everybody see me at 410, sold it over here, $400, number 18, number 18. All right. Number 15, lot number 15 is 57 Franklin half dollars. 57 Franklin half dollars, and he'll give me 7.5 to go. 7.5 where? But about 7.5. 500, but it'll be 5. Now 6, but about 6. And now 7, but it'll be 7, but it'll be 7, but it'll be 7. I'm 6 over here. Now 7, but I'm 6 way over here on the edge. And now half, 7.5, and now 800, and now half, but it'll be 8.5. Now 900, now half, 9.5, 9.5, but it'll be 9.5, but it'll be 9. Now $1,000 bill, and now $1,000 bill. Now 1050, what about 1050, 1050? Now 1100, but it'll be 11.5, but it'll be 11.5, but it'll be 11.5, sir, but it'll be 11.5, 11.5, and now 400, and then half and a half, now 13, but about 13, 13, but about 1300, where? But about 13, about see me at 1300, 12.5, 13. Sold it back over here in the corner, 1,250 to number 1. Number 1. All right, item number 16. 19 Walking Liberty half dollars. 19 Walking Liberty half dollars. $150 to go. 150, but 150 where? 150, now 75, and now 200, but it's behind you. 200, and now 2.25. 2.25, but 2.25, 2.5, and now 75, 275, now 300, now 300, but 275, 300 where? But if it's 3, but if it's 3, but the other hand now 3 1/4, but it'd be 3 1/4, back and a back, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, but it'd be 3 1/2, but about 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, but about 3 1/2, but about see me 3 1/2, 3 1/4 your way, 3 1/2, but about 3 1/2, 3 1/2, but about 3 1/2, sold it your way, $325, number 44, number 44. All right, item 17 is 5 pieces of U.S. fractional currency. 5 pieces of U.S. fractional currency, and he'll give me 100.5 to go. 150, and now 75, now 200, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, but it'd be 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and now 75, but about 275, 275, but about 275, now 300, and now 3 1/4, 300 bid, 3 1/4, but it'd be 3 1/4, by see me 3 1/4, but it'd be 325, now 50, and now 50, 350, back in the back, but it'd be 350, 350, but it'd be out back there, 350, now 75, but now 400, now 4, but it'd be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4, and now quarter, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, but it'd be 4 1/2, but it'd be 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and now 75, and now 500, but it'd be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5, 475, 500 where? 475, 500 where? But it'd be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5, hit about 5, but it'd be 5, sold it back over here, 475, number 67, number 67. Yes. Yeah, 2 gold bracelets. Yeah, well, yeah, because she took it at the 1875. Remember, she said, "What's the buy price?" That's where you. Yeah, it did at 1875. Okay, where we at? Number 18, 2 1928 U.S. $2.50 gold coins. 2 1928 U.S. $2.50 gold coins, and he'll give me 500 to go. Would it be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5, hit about 500. Now 6, now 6, and now 7, and now 8. Would it be 8, would it be 8, would it be 8. 7, now 8, you're in, and now 9, and now $1,000 bill, now 1050, now 1100, now 1150, now 1200, 1200, would it be 12, would it be 12, 1150, would it be 12. 1150 bid, 1200 where, but it'd be 12, but it'd be about 12, but about 12, but it'd be 12, 1150 to 12, but it'd be 12, sold it back in the back, $1,150 to number 78, number 78. All right, item number 19 is 7 Lincoln cents, 7 Lincoln cents. Right there, you got it in your catalog on the rest of it right there, and he'll give me a $1,000 bill to go. 700 where, but if it's 7, but if it's 7, anybody see me at 700 where, but if it's 7, now 8, now 1200, now 1300, now 14, now 15, now 16, now 17, now 18, 18, now 19, now 2000, now 21, now 22, now 23, 23 back over here, now 24, now 25, 25 over here, 25, 26, 27, but it'd be 27, but it'd be 27, 27, 28, now 9, 29, but it'd be 29, but it'd be 29, 29, now 3,000, now 3,100, 3,100, would have been 31, 32, 33, 33, but it'd be 33, 32, 33, but it'd be 33, 32, 33, anybody else, 32, 33, sold it right out there, 3,200 to number 2. 3,200 to number 2. All right, item number 20 is 1859 O seated Liberty silver dollar. An 1859 O seated Liberty silver dollar, and he'll give me 2.5 to go. 250 where, but it'd be 250 where, 200, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, but it'd be, if I say me 200, not 2 1/4, 2 1/4, but it'd be 2 1/4, 2 1/4, but it'd be 2 1/4, 2 1/2, but it'd be 2 1/2, and now 75, and now 300, now 3 1/4 over here, ma'am, 3 1/4, but it'd be 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and now 75, but about 375, but about 375, and now 400, and now 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and now 75, but about 475, ma'am, your turn, 475, but about 475, now 500, would it be 475, 5, but about 5, but to make it a 5, make it a 5, you hit about 500 where, 475, 500 where, but it'd be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5, sold it over here, $475, number, what's your number, ma'am? 78, 78, all right, now, item number 21, 1875 U.S. 20-cent piece. 1875 U.S. 20-cent piece right there, and he'll give me a $100 bill to go. 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half, and now 75, and now 200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and now 75, and now 300, but it'd be 3, now 3 1/4, now 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 400, now 4.25, 4.5. And now 75, 475, but about 475. Now 500, but it'd be fine to make it a 5. Now 5.25, 5.25. Now half, but it'd be 5.5, but about 5.5, 5.25, 5.5. Back over here, and now 75, and now 600, but it'd be 6. And now quarter, 6.25, 6.25, but it'd be 6.25, sir, 6.25, 6.5. And now 75, 675, 700, 700, but it'd be 700. Now 7.25, but it'd be 7.25, 7.5. And now 75, now 800, but it'd be 8. But now 8.25, 8.5, but it'd be 8.5. But now 9, 875, but it'd be now 900, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9.25, but it'd be 9.25, 9.5, but it'd be 9.5, 9.5 over here, 9.25, 9.5, 975, and now $1,000 bill, but it'd be down, but it'd be down, but it'd be down, but it'd be down 10.25, 10.25 where, but it'd be 10.25, 10.25, but it'd be 10.25. Everybody see me at 1,025, 10.25 where, but it'd be 10.25, $10,000 bid, 10.25, but it'd be 10.25. Anybody else? 10.25. Sold it over here, $1,000 bill number 1. $1,000 bill number 1. All right, item number 22. 22 is 3 graded 1946D Walking Liberty $half. 3 graded 1946D Walking Liberty $half, and he'll give me a $100 bill to go. 100, now quarter, and now half, 175, 175, but about 175, now 200, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, but it'd be about 2, but it'd be 2, back in the back, but it'd be 200, now 2.25, and now 2.5, and now 75, 275. Your turn, 270. You're 275. We're 2.5, back in the back, 275. Now 300. Now 3.25. 3.25, sir. But it'd be 3.25. 3.25. But it'd be 3.25. 300 bid. 3.25. Anybody else? Y'all didn't all done. 300 bid. 3.25. But it'd be 3.25. 3.5. And now 75. Now 400. But it'd be 4.25. 4.25, ma'am. But it'd be 4.25. 4.25. Your turn. 4.25. 4.5. But it'd be 4.5. But about 4.5. 75. But about 475. But about 475. 475. But about 475. Now 5. But it'd be 5. To make it a 5, make it a 5. Hit about 500, 475, 500, 475, 500. Where? But it'd be fine to make it a 5, make it a 5. Hit about 5, but it'd be fine to make it a 5. Sold it right over here, $475, number 78. 78. I got to switch page. All right, item number 23 is a series 1988A $1 Federal Reserve note, uncut sheet of 16. Uncut sheet of 16 right there, and he'll give me $25 to go. 25, 30, but it'd be 30, but it'd be about 30, now 5, 35, now 40, but it'd be 40, now 5, now 50, but it'd be about 50, now 60, now 70, now 80, now 90, now 100, now 10, 110, 120, 130, but 130, 130, but about 30. 140, 150, but about 150, now 60, but 160, 160, but about 160, now 70, 160, now 70, but 170, 170, but 170, you might see me at 170, 160, 170, 180, but 180, 180, but 180, but 180, now 90, 190, but 190, now 2, but it be 2, but it be 2, but it be 2, 190, but it be 2, but it be 2, and everybody see me at 200, 190, now 2, sold it over here, $190, number 18. All right, now we've got item number 24, 2 $5 Liberty Head gold coins. 2 $5 Liberty Head gold coins. Who give me 7.5 to go? What if it's 7.5? Now 800, 800, now half, 8.5, now 900, now half. And now $1,000 bill, now 11, 1050, 1050, 1100, but 11, you hit about 1100 where? 1050 bid, 1100 where? But 11, you must see me at 1100, but 1, but make it a 1, 1100 where? But 1100, 1100. 1100. Anybody else? 1050, 1100. Sold it back here, $1,050 to number 78. Number 78. Item number 25 is 1987 American Silver Eagles 1 ounce 999 fine silver. 19 of the Silver Eagles right there. And who'll give me 3.5 to go? But it'd be 3.5 where? But it'd be 3.5, but it'd be 3.5, now 4, now half, but it'd be 4.5, back in the back, now 5, but it'd be 5, now half, 5.5, and now 600, now half, but it'd be 6.5, 6.5, but about 6.5, but it'd be 6.5, now 700, 6.5, 7, but it's 7, everybody see me at 700, 650 bid, 700 where? But it'd be 7, but it'd be 7, everybody see me at 700, sold it, $650, number 44, number 44. Okay. All right. Number 26. What did it? 44 got that last one. 44, you got number 25 correct? Or 24, I mean. No, wait a minute. It was more than 650. Huh? No. No. I'm sorry. So it did not make the reserve, sir, so we're going to have to pass on it. What? Lot 25 we did, but what? Who got 24? Okay, we got 24 there, so we was on 25, and it was 600 and, yeah, it was on, so that's right, $650. I was on the wrong one. Yeah, buyer number 44. Sorry about that. We get to moving too fast sometimes. All right. Now we're on lot number 26. Now we're on lot number 26, 4 British gold souvenirs. Sovereigns, right there. Who give me 1,500 to go, but it'll be 1,500 where? But about 15, 15, but about 15. 12 and a half, and now 15, but about 15. Now 17 and a half, now 2,000, but it'll be 2,000, 2,000, but it'll be 2,000. 17 and a half, 2,000 where? But it'll be 2, but it'll be 2, but it'll be 2. I see me at 2,000 where? But about 22 and a half, but about 22 and a half. And now 2,500, but it'll be 25, but about 25. 22 and a half, 23, we'll walk. 23, but it'll be 23. Now 4, but it'll be 24, but it'll be 24. 23, 24. 23, 24, but it'll be 24. Nobody see me at 24, but about 24, but it'll be 24. 23, 24. Anybody else? Y'all ain't all done? 23, 24. Anybody? Sold it back over here, $2,300, number 78. Number 78. Item number 27. 20 U.S. nickel, 3-cent pieces. 20 U.S. nickel, 3-cent pieces. Right there, item number 27. Who give me 100 and a half to go? 175, now 200, but it'd be 2, now 2 and a quarter, but it'd be 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, but it'd be 2 and a half, and now 75, and now 300, 300, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3, back in the back, now 3 and a quarter, now half, but it'd be 3 and a half, now 75, and 375, but about 375, 375, 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, and now 75, but about 475, now 500, now 5, now half, but it'd be 5 and a quarter, 5 and a quarter, but it'd be 5 and a quarter. I'm up here, 500, 5 and a quarter, 500, 5 and a quarter, but it'd be a quarter, but it'd be a quarter, but we get about 5 and a quarter, 5 and a half, 5 and a quarter, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, and now 75. He's out again. 575, but about 575, but about 5 and a half, 75, but about 575, but about see me at 575, 575. Sold it right over here, $550, number 63, 63. All right. All right, now we've got item number 28, 3 14-karat yellow gold cluster rings. Right there, 3 14-karat yellow gold cluster rings right there, and he'll give me 500 to go. 500 where? But it'd be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5. You had about 5, but it'd be 5, 5, now 6, now 6, now 7, but it'd be 7, now 8, but it'd be 8, but it'd be 8, but it'd be 8. 7, now 8, but it'd be 8, you about 8, but it'd be 800. 7 and a half, now 800, but it'd be 8, but it'd be 8, but it'd be 8, 7 and a half, now 800. 7 and a half, 800 where? But it'd be 8, but it'd be anybody see me at 800 where? But it'd be 8, but it'd be 8, but it'd be about 8, now half. 8 and a half, but it'd be 8 and a half, and now 900, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9, 8 and a half, now 900. 8 and a half, 900 where? But it'd be 9, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9, 8 and a half, now 9, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9. Anybody else? Y'all ain't all done. 8 and a half, 900, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9. Sold it. $850, number 2. $850, number 2. Item number 29. Item number 29, 14-karat white gold ladies cluster ring. 42 on that last one, Jimmy. 42. Okay, lot number 29 is 14-karat white gold ladies cluster ring. Who give me 7.5 to go? 750 where? But about 7.5. Now 800. But it ain't. But it about 8. But it 8. But it 8.5. But it 8.5. Now 900.5. But it 9.5. 9.5. But it 9.5. 9 bid. 9.5. But it 9.5. Everybody see me at 9.5. 9 bid. 9.5. But it 9.5. But it 9.5. Everybody see me at 950. Anybody? 900 bid. 9.5. Now $1,000 bill. Now 1050. What about 1050? 1050. But it 1050. About 1050. 1,050 where? But it 1,050 where? But it 1,050. But it 1,050. But it 1,050. $1,000 out there. 1,050 where? 1,050 where? But it 1,050. But it 1,050. 1050 where? But it 1050. Now 1,100. Now 1,100. Now 11.5. But it 11.5. But it 11.5. Yield about 11.5. 11.5 where? But it 11.5. Anybody see me at 11.5? 11.25 one time. 11.25 one time. Anybody? Sold it. $1,100. Number 42. Right? Is that correct? 42. Okay. Item number 30. Item number 30 is a 14-karat yellow gold cast lion head ring. Trademark KO 18.23. Right there on the 14-karat yellow gold lion head right there. And who give me 600 to go? 600 and a half. Now 700. Now half. 7.5. And now 800. Would have been 8. Would have been 8.5. Would have been 8.5. And now 900. Now half. Would have been 9.5. 9.5. 900 back in the back. And now half. Would have been 9.5. Would have been 9.5. And about 9.5. Now $1,000 bill. $1,000 bill where? Would have been 1,000. Would have been 1,000. Would have been 9.5 $1,000 bill. 950 bid. $1,000 bill. Would have been 1,000 where? Would have one. Would have make it a one. Make it a one. Anybody see me at 1,000? 950 bid. 1,000. Sold it. $950. Number 2. $950. Number 2. All right. 14-karat white gold cast solitaire ring with a brushed finish. Right there. Item number 31. Item number 31, 14-karat gold cast solitaire ring right there. And who'll give me 4,000 to go? But it be 4 to make it a 4, make it a yellow by 4, but about 4, but it be 4. 3,500, but it be 35, but about 35. 35, now 7.5, now 4,000, but it be 4. Now 42.5, but about 42.5. 45, 45, 7.5, but about 47.5 to 5,000. Now 52.5, but about 52.5, but about 52.5, but about 52.5. 52.5, but about 52.5. Where? But it be 52.5. 5,000 bid. 52.5. Anybody? 52.5, but about 52.5, but about 5,000 bid. 52.5. Anybody see me at 52.5? 5,000 bid. 52.5. Anybody? 5,000 bid. 52.5. Sold it. Number 42. Number 42. All right. Item number 32 is a 14-karat white gold ladies double halo style ring. 14-karat white gold ladies double style halo ring. And who'll give me 4,500 to go? 45 where? Would it be 45? But about 45. $4,000. But it be 4 to make it a 4, make it a yield about 4,000 where? But it be 4,000. 42.5. 4,000 bid. 42.5. But about 42.5. But about 42.5 where? But it be 42.5. But about see me at 42.5. 4,000 bid. 42.5. Anybody? Y'all in all done. 4,000 bid. 42.5. Anybody see me at 42.50? 42.50. Gotta go. 42.50. We're going to have to pass on that one. All right. 33 is what we're on. We're ready, right. 2 14-karat electronically tested yellow gold halo style rings. 2 14-karat electronically tested 14-karat gold rings. And who gave me $1,000 bill to go? 1,000 where? But if it's 1,000, but if it's 1,000, 7.5, but 7.5. Now 800, but if it's 800, now 8.5, but if it's now 900. But if it's 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, man, but if it's 9. And now half, 9.5, but now $1,000 bill. But if it's 1,000, but if it's 1,000, but if it's about $1,000 bill, now 10.50. 10.50 where? But if it's 10.50, 10.50, but if it's 1,100, but if 11, but if 1,100, man, but if 11, but if 11. And now 11.50. Now 1,200, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, yield about 1,200. 11.50 bid, 1,200 where? But if it's 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, 11.50 bid, 1,200 where? But if it's 12, but if everybody see me at 1,200. 11.50 bid. 1,200 where? Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 11 now 12.5. 12.5, but about 12.5, man, but it'd be 12.50. 12.50, but it'd be 12.50. Now 1,300, but it'd be 13.13, but about 1,300 where? But it'd be 13, 12.5, 1,300 where? 12.5, 1,300 where? But it'd be half, but 13, but it'd be 13, 13, 12.5, now 13. Sold it back in the back, $1,250. Number 78. Number 78. All right, item number 34 is a 14-karat white gold ladies' wedding ring. 14-karat white gold ladies' wedding ring. And who'll give me 7.5 to go? 7.5, but I'm on 7.5, 7.5, but I'm on 7.5. Where? But I'm on 7.5, but I'm on 7.5, 700 where? 700 where? 7, nobody see me 7. Now 8 would have been 8, would have been 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, would have been 9. Now $1,000 bill went out to 1,100, but 1,100, but 11, but 11, but 11. You get about 1,100. 1,000 bids, 1,100, 1050. Will that help you any? 1050. What about 1050? 1050. Now 1,100, but 11, but 11. You get about 11, but 11, but 11. 1050. Now 1,100. 1050, 1,100. Anybody else? Y'all done all done? 1050, 1,100, but 1,100. Nobody see me at 1,100. 1,100. Anybody else? Sold it up here, $1,050, number 9. $1,050, number 9. Item number 35 is a 14-karat gold combination cast and die-struck coin ring. 14-karat gold combination cast and die-struck coin ring right there, and he'll give me $500 to go. 500 where? But it'd be fine to make it a 5. Now 6, and now 7, but it'd be 7, but it'd be 7, yield about 7, sir, but it'd be 7, now 8, but it'd be 8, but it'd be 8, now 9, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9. 8, 9, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9, 8, 9, 8, 9, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9, 8, 9, but it'd be 9, anybody see me at 900. 8.5, but it'd be 8.5, but it'd be 8.5, anybody see me at 8.5, 800 bid 8.5, anybody see me at 8.5. 8.5, but about 8.5, but about 8.5, but about 8.5, anybody see me at 8.5. Sold it, front row, $800, number 36. Number 36. All right, and now item number 36 is 2 ladies' gold watches. Right there, item number 36 is 2 ladies' gold watches. Right there, how many dollars? Who'll give me 500 to go? But it'd be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5. Nobody see me at 500 where? 500 where? But it'd be 5. 400, but it'd be 4. Now half, but it'd be 4.5. Now 500, but it'd be 5. Now half. 5.5. Now 600, but now half, but it'd be 6.5, but it'd be 6.5. 6.5, but it'd be 6.5. 600 bid, 6.5, but about 6.5. Nobody see me at 6.5. 6.5. Y'all in all done. 6.5. Sold it, front row, $600, number 36. Number 36. Item number 37 is 3 pair 10 to 14 karat yellow, white, and green gold and friction post with screw backs. Right there. Item number 37, who give me 500 to go, but it'd be fine to make it a 5, make it a 5. 200, 300, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3, but it'd be, anybody see me 300 where? 300 where, but it'd be 3, but it'd be, anybody see me 300 where, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3. 250, now 300, now a half, but it'd be 3.5, now 400, but it'd be 4, and then we get a 4, make it a 4, make it a 4, yield about 4. Now half, 4.5, 4.5, but about 4.5, 4.5, now 500, but it'd be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5, yield about 500. And now half, 5.5, but it'd be 5.5, but it'd be 5.5, sir, 5.5, but about fast, back and back, and now 600, and now 600, now half, 6.5, now 700, and now 700, but it'd be 7, but it'd be 7, yield about 7, but it'd be 7, but it'd be 7, 7, but it'd be 6.5, now 700. 6.5, 700, now half, 7.5, now 800, 800, but it'd be 8, but it'd be yet about 8, but it'd be 8, but it'd be 8, 7.5, now 800, 7.5, 800, where, but it'd be 8, about 8, but it'd be 8, but it'd be 8, nobody see me at 800, 800, sold it, $750, back in the back, number 37, 37. All right, item number 38 is 14 karat Lord Elgin 21 jewel man's wristwatch. 14 karat Lord Elgin 21 jewel man's wristwatch. Give me 100.5 to go. 150 where? But 150, 150, but 150, might be 150. $100 bill, but 100, but 100.5, now 75, but 1, now 200, but it be 2, but it be 2, but it be 2, 2.25, 2.5, but it be 2.5, but it be 2.5, and now 75, but about your way, Jeff, 2.5, and now 75, 2.5, 75, but about 275, but about 275, but about see me at now 300, but it be 3, but it be about 3, but about 3, but it be 3, 275, 300 where? But it be 3, but it be about 3, but about 3, but it be 275, 3, but it be 3, sold it your way, $275. Number 80. All right, we're on item number 39, and that's one of the announcements we made. No, yeah, the opal is cracked. Item number 31, 2 yellow gold halo and cluster rings. The opal is cracked. Right there, and how many dollars on? Who give me 500 to go? But it'd be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5. 400, but it'd be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. I got 3, and now half, 3.5. Now 400, but it'd be half, but it'd be 400. Now half, but it'd be 4.5. And now 500, but it'd be 5. Now 4.5 up front. Now 500. 500, but it'd be 5. 500, but it'd be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5. You hit about 5, 4.5, 500. And now half, 5.5, but about 5.5, but about 5.5. 500 bid, 5 and a half, but about 5 and a quarter one time, 5 and a quarter, but it'd be 5 and a quarter, but it'd be quarter, but it'd be quarter, but it'd be quarter, 5 and a quarter, 500 bid, 5 and a quarter. Anybody else? Y'all ain't all done. 5 and way back in the back on the road, 5 and a quarter, or now 5 and a half, 5 and a quarter, way back in the shirt, standing on the road, 5 and a quarter, now 5 and a half, but about 5 and a half. Now it's 575, 575, sir. Now 600, now 600, but it'd be saying, but you about 600, but it'd be saying, but about saying, but it'd be 6. Sold it way back in the back, $575. Matter there, you getting a little agey to see that far? Buyer number 20. All right, item number 40, 18 karat electronically tested yellow gold ladies heart-shaped pendant and chain. 18 karat gold right there, and he'll give me $3,000 to go. 3,000 where? But a bit 3, now 3,500, now 4,000, but a bit 4, now 4,500, 45, but a minute, 42, and now 43, and now 44. You started it, don't quit. 44, 43, 44, but about 44, but about 4,400 where? But a bit 44, 43, 44, everybody see me at 44. Anybody else? Sold it right up front here, $4,300, number 56. Number 56. All right, item number 41 is 2 uncirculated Carson City silver dollars, an 1880 and an 1885. 2 uncirculated Carson City silver dollars right there, and he'll give me a $1,000 bill to go. 1,000 where? Now 1,100, now 12, now 13, now 14, I'm 13 over there, 14, but about 14, 14, but about 14, now 15, 15, but about 15, 15, but about 15, 14, 15, 14, 15 where, but about 15, 15, but about 1,500 where, but about 15, 1,400, 15, but about 15, 15, but about 15, but I see me at 1,500, 1,500 with number 2, 1,400, now 1,500, 14, 14 and a half, 1,500, 14 and a half, 1,500. 14 and a half, 1,500, but about 15, 15, but about 15, but about 15, 14 and a half, 15. Sold it way in the back, $1,450, number 21. All right, now we got number 42 is another 2 uncirculated Carson City silver dollars, an 1881 and an 1882. And he'll give me 7.5 to go for them. 7.5, but about 7.5. Now 800, but about 8, but about 8.5, but about 8.5 up front, but about 8.5. Now 9, but about 9.5. 9.5, but about 9.5. 9.5, now $1,000 bill. Now 10.50, now 1,100. 10.50, now 1,100. Now half, but about 11.5. Now 1,200, now 12.5. 12.5, but about 12.5. Now 1,300, but about 13. Now half, 13.5. Now 1,400. 14, now 15, but about half, but about 15.5. 15.5, but about 1,500. This man's in at 50, now half, now 1,600, now half, 16.5, now 1,700, now half, now 1,800, now half, 18.5, now 1,900, now half, now 2,000, now 21, now 22, 22, 23, 24, but 2,400, but it'd be 24, 25, but it'd be 25, now 6, 26, 25, 26, but about 26, 25 and a half, and now 26, 25 and a half standing up, and now 26, and now half, 26 and a half, 26 and a half, sold it, $2,600, number 67, number 67. All right, now we're on to number 43, which is another 2 uncirculated Carson City silver dollars, 1883 and 1884. And he'll give me 2.5 to go on them. 2.5, but about 2.5, 2.5, but about 2.5 where? But it'd be 2.5, 3, now 4, but it'd be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4 and a 5, but it'd be 5 to make it a 5 and a 6. Now 6, but about 7, but it'd be about 7, but it'd be 6 and 5 back in the back. Now 6, but about 6 and now half, 6.5, now 700, now half, but it'd be 7.5, and now 800. 800, but it'd be 7.5, 800, but it'd be with you at 7.5. Now 800, I got now half, but it'd be 8.5, but it'd be 8.5, but it'd be 8.5, and now 900, now 900, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9, 8.5 to 900 where, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9, 8.5 to 9. 8.5, 900 where, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9, 8.5, 9, but it'd be 9.5, but it'd be 9.5, now $1,000 bill, $1,000 bill, now 1,100, but it'd be 11, but it'd be 11, 1050, 1050, but it'd be 1050, but it'd be 1050, 1050, but it'd be 1050. And now 1,100, and now half, 11 and a half, 11 and a half, 11 bid, 11 and a half. Anybody see me at 11 and a half? Anybody? 11 and a half, and now 1,200, and now half, 12 and a half, but it'd be 12 and a half, but it'd be 12 and a half, but it'd be 12 and a half, 1,200 bid, 12 and a half, Got to go, 12 and a half. And now 1,300. And now half, 13 and a half. 13 and a half. Got to go, 13 and a half. Sold it right there, $1,300, number 67. Number 67. Item number 44, 1976.900 gold-proof National Bicentennial coins. Right there, 276. Right there, how many dollars on? Who give me $1,000 bill to go? 1,000 where? But 1,000. Now 1,100. But 11. You get about 1,100 where? But 11. 1,050. Anybody? 1,050. But about 50. But about 50. But about 50. Now 1,100. Now half. 11 and a half. Now 1,200. Now 12 and a half, man. But it'll be 12 and a half. Your turn. But it'll be 12 and a half. But it'll be 12 and a half. 12 bid. 12 and a half. But about 12 and a half. 12 and a half. Now 13. Now half. But it'll be 13 and a half. Now 14. 14. But about 14. 14. But about 14. But it'll be 1,400. Your turn again. 1,400. But it'll be 13 and a half. 1,400. But it'll be 14. 14. But about 14. If I see me, now half. Now half. 14 and a half. But about 14 and a half. But about 14 and a half. 14 and a half. But about 14 and a half. Sold it, $1,400, number 78. Number 78. All right, item number 45 is 2 broken banknotes. 2 broken banknotes. Who give me a $50 bill to go? 50, now 60, 50, now 60, now 70, would have been 70, now 80, would have been 80, would have been now 90, would have been 90, would have been now 100, would have been 100, now 10, would have been 110, 110, would have been 110, 120, 120, would have been 120, 120, would have been 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, would have been 120, 120, now 30, would have been 130, 130, sir, would have been 30, 140, would have been 140, 140, would have been 140, 130, 140, 150, would have been 150, would have been 150, now 60, would have been 160, would have been 160, 150, 160, 150, 160, now 70, 170, but I'm over here, 160, 100, I'm over here with this man. 180, now 90, would have been 90, 190, but about 90, but about 90, but about 190, now 200, now 200, now 210, but about 210, 210 up front, but about 210, 210, but about 210, 210, but about 210. He's out right there. We're way in the back at 200, and now 210, but about 210, now 20, but about 220, 220, but about 220, 210, 220, but about 220, 220. Sold it right out there, $210, number 8. Number 8. All right, got to turn the page here. Be right back. All right, item number 46, 35 Morgan silver dollars. Item number 46, 35 Morgan silver dollars. He'll give me a $1,000 bill to go. $1,000 bucks, now 1,100, but 11, but 11, 11, now 12, now 13, but it'll be 13, 13, now 14, but it'll be 14, 14 back in the back, but it'll be 14, 14, 14, now 15, now 16, 16 back in the back, now 17, but it'll be 17, now 18, but it'll be 18, 17 and a half, now 18. Now 18, now half, now 19, would have been 19, 19, would have been 19, 18 and a half, 19, would have been 19, now half, would have been 19 and a half, 19 and a half, now 2,000, would have been 2,000, 2,000, would have been 2,000, where, would have been 2,000, would have been 2,000, now 2050, and now 2,100, 2,100, would have been 2,100, would have been 21, would have been 21, would have been 21, they might see me at 21, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a quarter, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, sir, would have been 21 and a half. Now 75, but about 21, 75, now 2,200, now 22 and a quarter, 22 and a half, 22 and a half, but about 22 and a half, but about 22 and a half, but about 22 and a half, 22 and a half, now 75, but about 75, 22, 75, but about 22, 75. Sold it, 22.50 to number 8. Number 8. All right, item number 47 is 55 peace dollars. 55 peace dollars, and he'll give me a $1,000 bill to go. 1,000 where? Now 1,100, but 11, but 11, but 11, 12, but it'll be 12, but now 13, now 14, but it'll be 14, 14, 13, 14, 15, but about 15, 15, but about 1,500, but about 1,500, but about 15, now 16, now 17, now 18, 18, now 19, but it'll be 19, now 2,000, now 21, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 25, now 26, 25, 27, but about 27, but it'd be 2,500, 26, and now 7, and now 8, 28, but it'd be 28, but it'd be 28, but it'd be 28, 27, 28, 27, 28, but it'd be 28, it might see me at 2,800, 27, 28. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 27, 28. Sold it, $2,700, number 8. Number 8. All right, item number 48 is 410 Washington quarters. 410 Washington quarters, and who give me a $1,000 bill to go? $1,000 bucks, but it'd be 1,000 where? But it'd be not 1,100, but it'd be 11, but it'd be 11, yield about 1,100, now 12, but it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, now 13, 1,300, but it'd be 13 and a half, but it'd be 13 and a half, but it'd be 13 and a half, 13 and a half, 1,400, now half, 14 and a half, now 1,500, but it'd be 15, now 15 and a half, but about 15 and a half, 1,500 and a half, now 16, but about 17, but it'd be 17, 18, but it'd be 18, 18, but it'd be 18, 17 and a half, 1,800 where? But it'd be 18, but it'd be 17 and a half, 18, but it'd be 18, now half, 18 and a half, now 19, but it'd be 19, but it'd be 19, 19 and a half, but it'd be 19 and a half, but about 1950, and now 2,000, but it'd be 2,000, 2,000, but it'd be 2,000, 19 and a half, 2,000 where? But it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, 1950, 2,000 where? But it'd be 2, but it'd be about 2, but about 2, sold it. $1,950, number 44, 44. All right, item number 49, U.S. brown seal, Hawaii overprints, yellow seal, North African, silver certificate notes. Right there. Item number 49. Who'll give me 2.5 to go? 2.5. Now 3. Now 4. But it'll be 4. But it'll be 4. 3.5. But it'll be 3.5. But it'll be. I got 3 and now 400. And now 400. 3.5. Now 400. But it'll be 4 to make it 4. Make it a yield about 400. Where? But it'll be 4 to make it 4.5. 4.5. Now 500. But it'll be 5.5. 5.5. 5.5 over here. But it'll be 5.5. But now 600. But it'll be. But it'll be yield about 600. But it'll be 600. And now half. 6.5. But it'll be 6.5. But about 6.5. 6.5. 600 bid. 6.5. But about 6.5. Anybody else? 6.5. Back in the back. And now 700. But it'd be 7. But it'd be 7. But it'd be 7. 6.5. 700. Where? But it'd be 7. But it'd be 7. Yield about 7. But it'd be 7. But it'd be 7. 6.5. 700. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 6.5. 700. Sold it over here, setting down to number 1. 650. All right. Item number 50. 30 Canadian silver maple leaf 1 ounce 999 fine silver coins. 30 Canadian silver leaves right there. And who'll give me 600 to go? 600, now half, but it'll be 6.5, but about 700, now half, 7.5, now 800, 800, now half, 8.5, now 900, but it'll be 9, but it'll be 9, but it'll be 9, now $1,000 bill, but it'll be 1,000, now 1,100, 1,100, 1,000 bid, 1,100, but it'll be 11, but it'll be 11, yield about 11, but it'll be 11, but it'll be 11, let's see me at 1,100. 1,100. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 1,100. Sold it back over there. $1,000 bill number 44. 44. All right. Item number 51. Item number 51 is 58 Kennedy half dollars. 58 Kennedy half dollars right there. And how many dollars on? Who'll give me 400 to go? 400 where? 300, now half, but if it's 3.5, now 400, now 4.5, now 500, now half, 5.5, now 600, now half, 6.5, but about 6.5, but about 6.5, 6.5, 600 bid, 6.5, now 700, now half, 7.5, now 800, but if it about 8, but if it 8, but if it about 8, 7.5, now 800, 7.5, 800 where? But if it about 8, but if it 8, but if it not see me at 800, 7.5, 800, sold it back in the back, 7.5, number 44. 7.5, number 44. All right, we got item number 52. Is 20 1979 100 peso coins from Mexico. 20 1979 100 peso coins from Mexico. Right there. Who give me 2.5 to go? 2.5, but about 2.5, 2.5, and now 300, but it'd be 3, but it'd be about 3, but about 3.5, but it'd be 3.5, but it'd be 3.5, 300 bid, 3.5, but 3.25, 3.25, but it'd be quarter, but it'd be about 3.25, but it'd be 3.25, 3.5, 3.5, but about 3.5, but about 3.5, 3.25, 3.5, but about 3.5, 3.25, 3.5, 3.25, 3.5, but about 3.5, but about 3.5, and about see me at 3.5, 3.25 bid, 3.5, gotta go, 3.5. Sold them, $325, number 52, 52. All right, item number 53 is 2 political ribbons. Item number 53 is 2 political ribbons right there, and who give me 100.5 to go? 150 where? But 150, 150, but 150, $100 bill, but 100, but 1, but make it 1, yield about $100 bill. Anybody want to see me the $100 bill? But 100, but I got 75, now 80, what if it was 75, $100, 75, $100, but 100, but 1, but make it 1, anybody see me at 100? We're going to have to pass on that one. Item number 54 is 4 political ribbons. 4 political ribbons right there, and who give me $100 bill to go? 100 where? But 100, but 1, but make it 175. 75. Is anybody interested? 75 on the political ribbons. $75, 50 bucks. Okay, no interest on that. We'll pass on that one. Item number 55 is 5 political ribbons. 5 political ribbons, $100 bill on them. 100 bucks, anybody, 75. 75 political ribbons, not a big deal, not a big hot item. All right, we'll pass on those also. Mike over here, that was on 55, is 75, $100 bill. 75, $100 bill, but one, but make it one, anybody want it for 100. I'm gonna have to pass Mike, I'm below the reserve. All right, item number 56 is 9 miscellaneous early ribbons. And he'll give me a $100 bill to go on 9 miscellaneous ribbons, 100 bucks. 75, 75, anybody? 75. Okay. Now item number 57, we have 7 miscellaneous political items. 7 miscellaneous political items right there. Who give me 150 to go? 150 where? But 150, 150, but 150 where? But 150 would have been $100 bill. $100 bill would have been, boy, politics is not hitting very hard today. $100 bill. 100 bucks, anybody? Pass on that one also. Okay, item number 58. 2 stamped and tested yellow gold nugget rings. 2 stamped and tested yellow gold nugget rings, and he'll give me a $1,000 bill. What do we got? You got the wrong picture? All right, $1,000 to go on those. And now 1,100, but it'd be 11, but it'd be 11, 11, 12, but it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, now 13, but it'd be 13, 13, but it'd be 13. Well, 13, but about 13, now 14, but it'd be 14, now 15, but about 15, 15, but about 15, 14, 15. 14, 15, where, but about 15, 15, but about 1,500, where, but about 15, 15, but about 15. 1450, one time. Anybody? 1,400, 14 and a half. 1,400, 14 and a half, but about 1,400, 14 and a half, but about 14 and a half. Sold it. $1,400, number 36. Number 36. Item number 59, 2 stamped 14, 18 karat gold cluster rings. Right there, and who give me 400 to go? 400 where? But it'd be 4 and a half, but it'd be 4 and a half, now 500 and a half, but it'd be 5 and a half, but about 5 and a half, 5 and a half, now 600, now half, but it'd be 6 and a half, but 6 and a half, but about 6 and a half, and now 700, and now half, but it'd be 7 and a half, but about 7 and a half, 7 and a half, but about 7 and a half. I'm up front at 700 right here, 7 and a half. 7 and a half, back in the back, you're out. 7 and a half, but about 7 and a half, but about 7 and a half. 700 bids. 7 and a half, but about 7 and a half. Anybody see me at 7 and a half? Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 7 and a half. Sold it up front, $700, number 36. Number 36. Item number 60, 18 karat stamped yellow gold ladies coiled snake bracelet. 18 karat stamped yellow gold snake bracelet right there. And he'll give me 2,500 to go. 25 where? Now 3,000, but it'd be 3, now 35, 35, now 4,000, now 45, but about 45, but about 42, now 5,000, now 5,500, but it'd be 5,500 where? But it'd be 5,500. 5,000 bid, 5,500, but it'd be 55, but about 55. You're in at 5. You're at 5. 50, 45? I wouldn't use 45, but let's see, 60. You're at 40, 45, and I'm asking for 5,000. 47 and a half, 4,500, 7 and a half. 45, 7 and a half, but about 47 and a half, but about 47 and a half. Anybody want to see me at 47 and a half? Sold it out there, 4,500, number 42. All right. Item number 61 is a pearl, 14 karat gold, yellow gold covered bracelet with wristwatch. 14 karat yellow gold covered bracelet with wristwatch, and he'll give me a $1,000 bill to go. $1,000 bucks, but it'd be 1,000, but it'd be 1,000, but it'd be 1,100, but it'd be 1,100, now 12, but it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, man, but it'd be 12. 1,200 back in the back, but it'd be 12, now 13, but it'd be 13, now half, but it'd be 13 and a half, 13 and a half, I'm up front, 1,300 and a half, And now 14, but it'd be a half, but it'd be 14 and a half, 14 and a half, but about 14 and a half. 14 and a half, now 1,500. 1,500, now 15 and a half, now 15 and a half, now 1,600, but it'd be 16 now half. 16 and a half, I'm with Tina at 1,600. 16 and a half back here. 16 and a half, but about 16 and a half, 16 and a half, man, but it'd be 1,650. 1,650. Sold it. 15 and a half, number 36. Number 36. 15 and a half. Number 36, yes. Okay, item number 62 is 3 14-karat yellow gold ladies bangle style bracelets. 3 14-karat yellow gold bangle style bracelets. It'll give me 2,000 to go. But it'll be 2, but it'll be 2, but it'll be 2. 17 and a half, but about 17 and a half. Now 18, now 19, but it'll be 19. Not 2,000, but it'll be 2,000. Now 21, now 22, now 23, now 24, now 25, now 26, now 27, 26, 27, but it'll be 27, but it'll be 27. Now 8, but it'll be 28. Now 9, but it'll be 29. 3,000, 31, but it'll be 31, but it'll be 31. 31, but it'll be 31, but it'll be 31. Where? But it'll be 31, but it'll be 31. 3,000 bid, 31. Anybody else? 3,000 bid, 31, but it'll be 31. Sold it $3,000 to number 33. To number 33. Item number 63 is a ladies Hamilton rectangular wristwatch. Ladies Hamilton rectangular wristwatch. Who'll give me 500 to go? 500 where? Would it be fine to make it a value at about 400 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, but about 4 and a half, 4 and a half where? 4 and a half, now 500, but it'd be fine to make it a half, 5 and a half. 500 bid, 5 and a half, but it'd be 5 and a half, but about 5 and a half, but it'd be 5 and a half, but about see me at 5 and a half. 500 bid, 5 and a half. Anybody else? 500 bid, 5 and a half, but about 5 and a half. You want to see me at 5 and a half? 5 and a half. Anybody? 5 and a half. 500 bid, 5 and a half. 500 bid, 5 and a half, but about 5 and a half, but about 5 and a half. I'm going to have to pass on it at 600 if you want it. Where was your bid, Jeff? Number 2 for $600. Number 2. All right. Item number 64, 3 14-karat rose and white gold ladies watches. 3 14-karat rose and white gold ladies watches. And who'll give me 500 to go? Would it be fine to make it if I make it a 5 and now say it, but if I'm saying, but if it's say 5, 6 where? But if I'm about saying, but about 6, 6 and a half, but if it's 6 and a half, now 7 and a half, 7 and a half, now 8 and a half, but if it's 8 and a half, now 9 and a half, but if it's 9 and a half, now $1,000 bill, 11, 10, 50, 1,100, 1,100, 10, 50 up front, 1,100, but if 11, but if 11, you about 11, but if 11, 10, 50, 1,100, 10, 50, 1,100 where? But if 11, but if 11, nobody see me 1,100, but if 1,100, sold it up front, $1,050, number 36. $1,050, number 36. Item number 65 is 14-karat electronically tested white gold cast rose pendant and chain. And who'll give me 500 to go? 500 where? But it'd be fine to make it if I make it if I 400, but it'd be 4 to make it if I make it about 4 and a half, but it'd be 4 and a half. Now 500, but it'd be fine to make it if I made it a half, but it'd be 5 and a half. Now 600, but it'd be 6 and a 100. Now half, 6 and a half, but about 6 and a half. 6 and a half, 700, but it'd be 7, but it'd be 7. You about 7, but it'd be 7, 6 and a half, 700. 6 and a half, 700 where? But it'd be 6 and a half, 700, but it'd be 7, but it'd be 7, but it'd be 7. If I see me at a 700, 700. Sold it, $650, number 42. 42. All right, item number 66 is 2 14-karat electronically tested yellow gold cluster rings. Right there, and who'll give me 500 to go? But if I had to make it, if I must see me at 500. Where? 400, would you? 400, now 5. But it'd be fine to make it, if I make it, if I get about 5. But it'd be fine to make it, 5. Now half, 5 and a half. Now 600, 600. Now half, 6 and a half. Now 700. Now half, 7 and a half. 7 and a half, now 800. 7 and a half your way, now 800. But if it 8, 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 7 and a half, 800. Where? Now half, but if it 8 and a half, 8 and a half, but if it 8 and a half, and now 9, but if it 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 9, 8 and a half, now 9. 8 and a half, 900 where? But if it 9, but if it 9, but if it 9, about 9, but if it 9, sold it your way, $850, number 2. Number 2. All right, item number 67. 2 14-karat electronically tested yellow gold cluster rings again. They'll give me 500 to go again. But if it be make it about, you get about 500, ma'am. On the front row, 500, but if it be 5. Now 6, 5, 6, but if I see, it'll buy 6, but if I 6, and 5 over here, 6, and now 7, but if it's 7, but if it's 7, but if it's 7, you get about 7. 7, now 8, but if it's 8, but if it's 8, but if it's 8, about 8, but if it's 7 and 8. 700 bid, 800 where, but if it's 8, but you get about 8, but if it's 8, but if it might see me at 800 where, but if it's 8, 700 bid, 8, but if it's 8. Sold it, $700 over here, number 78. 78. All right. Number 68 is 2 Metallic Art Company 14-karat yellow gold sesquicentennial official medals. Right there, item number 68. Who give me a $1,000 bill to go? 1,000 where? But if it's 1,000, but if it's 1,000, now 1,100, but if it's 11, but if it's 11, now 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, now 13, but if it's 13, now 14, now 15, 14, 15, but if I'm 15, 15, but if I'm 15, 14, 15 where? But if I'm 15, 15, but if I'm 15, 14, 15 where? But if I'm 15, 15, but if I'm 15 where? But if I'm 15, I see me at 1,500, 14, 15, sold it, $1,400, number 2. Number 2, got to turn my page. Item number 69 is 12 1-ounce National Refineries 999 fine silver bars. 12 1-ounce bars. Who give me a 2.5 to go? 2.5. Now 300. But if it's 3, but if you get about 3, but if I'm 3.5, but if it's 3.5, but if I'm 3.5, but if it's 3.5, 3.5, 3.25. And now half, 3.5, but about 3.5, and now 75, now 400, but if it's 4 to make it a 4, make it a yield about 4, but about 4, but about 4, 375, 400. You're out up front. We're 375 back over here on the outside, 400, and now quarter, 4.25, but it'd be 4.25, 4.25, 4.25, 4.5, 4.25, 4.5, but it'd be 4.5, but it'd be 4.5, 4.25, 4.5, but about 4.5, and about see me at 4.5, 4.25, 4.5. Anybody else? Sold it, $425, number 78, number 78. All right, number 70 is 2 1-ounce 999 gold Canadian maple leaf coins. 2 1-ounce 999 fine gold Canadian maple leaf coins. And he'll give me $3,000 to go. 3,000 where? But if it's 3, but if it's 3, now 31, now 2, but if it's 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 38, 38, 37, 38, but if it's 38, but if it's 30, 6.5, 37.5, 38, 38.5, 38.5, 38.5, but about 38.5, but about 38.5, but about 38.5. Sold it right up here on the front row, $3,800, number 56. Item number 71 is a U.S. 1882 $10 Liberty Head gold coin. U.S. 1882 $10 Liberty Head gold coin. Will give me a $1,000 bill to go. $1,000 bucks, but if it's 1,000 where? But if it's 7.5, 7.5, now 800.5, but if it's 8.5, now 900, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9.5, but if it's 9.5, now $1,000 bill. $1,000 bill, 10, 15, but if it's now 1,100, but if it's 11, but if it's 11, but if it's 11, 11, and now half, but if it's 11.5, but if it's 11.5, 11.5, but if I'm over here, 1,100, 11.5, 11.5, now 1,200, 1,200, but if it's 1,200, now half, 12.5, but it'd be 12.5 back in the back, but it'd be 12.5. 1,200 bid, 12.5, but it'd be 12.5, now 1,300, but it'd be 13, 13, but about 13, 12.5, 1,300. 12.5, 1,300, but it'd be 13, 13, but about 13, but it'd be 13, 12.5, 13. Gotta go, 13, now half, 13.5, 13.5, but about 13.5, but about 13.5. Sold it, $1,300, number 78, number 78. Item number 72 is Mercury dimes. Mercury dimes. All right, right there. Item number 72 on the Mercury dimes. You give me 1,200 to go, but if it's 12 where? But if it's $12,000 bill, but if it's 1,000, but 1, but make it 1, make it 1 by 1 for $1,000 bill, now 1,100. 1,100 where? 11 to 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, 11 and a half, 11 and a half, but about 11 and a half, now 1,200, but if it's 12, but if it's 12 and a half, 12.5, but if it's 12.5, now 1,300, but if it's 13, 13, but if it's 13, 12.5, 1,300 where? 12.5, 1,300 where? But if it's 13, 13, but about 13, but if it's 13, 13, but about 12.5, 1,300 where? 12.5, 13. Anybody want to see me at 1,300? 12 and a half, 13. Sold them $1,250, number 44, 44. All right, item number 73 is 15 U.S. Bicentennial 3-coin proof set, 40% silver. 15 Bicentennial 3-coin proof sets, 40% silver. Who'll give me 2.5 to go? 2.5, but about 2.5, now 300, but about 3, but about 3.5, but 3.5, but about 3.5, 3.5, but 3.25, 300 bid, 3.25, but about 3.25, 3.25, but about 3.25, by semi 3.25, 300 bid, 3.25, but about 3.25, 3.25, but about 3.25, by semi at 3.25. Sold them $300, number 11. $300, number 11. All right, item number 74. 3 Series 1923 U.S. large size $1 silver certificates. 3 1923 large size right there, and he'll give me 100.5 to go. 150, now 60, now 70, now 80, would have been 80, would have been 80, would have been 80, would have been 80. 170 here, 180, would have been 180, 180, would have been 180, now 90, 190, now 200, would have been 2, would have been 2, would have been 2, would have been 2. 190, now 2, now 10, would have been 210, 210, would have been 210, 210, would have been 210, 200, 210, would have been 210. 210, anybody else? 220, 220, 230, 230, 230, 230, 220, 230, but it be 230, 230, but it be 220, 230, 240, 240, but it be 240, 240, but it be 240, 230, 240. Sold it, $230, number 52, 52. All right, item number 75 is a A&A graded Australian 50, 1810 cap, boy, that's a lot to say, capped bust, lettered edge U.S. $50. You got all that? Right there. How many dollars? Who give me 2.5 to go? 2.5 where? Now 300, now half, now 4, but about 4.5, but it'd be 4.5, 4.5, and now 500, and now half, 5.5, but about 5.5, now 600, 600. But it be 600, 600, but it be 600 and a half, 6.5, now 700, 700 and a half, 7.5, now 800, 800, but it be 8, but it be 8.5, but it be 8.5, now 900, 900, but it be 9, but it be 9, 8.5, now 9, 8.5, 9, where? But it be 9, but it be 9, but it be 9, 8.5, 9, but it be 9, but it be 9. Sold it, $850, number 2, number 2. All right. Now, item number 76, we have capped bust coinage. Capped bust coinage right there, and he'll give me a $100 bill to go. 100, now 10, 120, would have been on 20, 30, would have been 30, now 40, would have been on 50, would have been 50, 140, 150, now 60, now 70, 170, now 80, 180, 180, 190, now 200, would be 200, and 190, now 200, now 210, 210, 220, but it'd be 220, 220, 230, but 230, 240, 240, now 50, 250, now 60, 260, now 70, 270, would have been 270, 260, 270, would have been 270, 260, 270. Sold it back in the back, $260, number 79, 79. Lot number 77 is Olympic proof coins. Olympic proof coins. Item number 77, who give me 7.5 to go? 750, now 800, but it be 8, but it be 8, but it be at about 800, but it be 8, but it be at about 800 and a half, 8.5, but it be 8.5, now 900, but it be 9.5, 9.5, but it be 9.5, 9 bid, $9,500 bill, but it be down, but it be down, but it be down, $9,500 bill, $9,500 bill where, but it be down, but it be down, but it be down, $9,500 bill where, but it be down, but it be anybody see me at 1,000? Sold it, $950 to number 2, number 2. All right, now we got item number 78 is 3 Canadian proof sets. 3 Canadian proof sets, and who'll give me a $50 bill to go? $50, but if I'm 50, but if I'm 50, 25, 30. 25, 30 where? But if it's 30, now 40, it'll be 40, but if it's 40, now 50, but if I'm 50, but if I'm 50, sir, but if I'm 50. 50 now 60, but if I'm 60, but if I'm 60, but if I'm 60, 50 now 60. $55. $55, anybody? 50 bid, 55, but if I'm 55, 55, 55, now 60, now 5, 65, but if I'm way in the back at 60, now 5, 65 up front, you're out, 65, now 70, well 70 back in the back, but if it's 70, now 5, 75, but if I'm 75, 75, but if I'm 75, 75, but if I'm 75, 75, sold him, $70 back in the back, number 10, number 10. All right, item number 79, 25, 1982, U.S. Washington proof, $50. 25, 1982, U.S. Washington proof, $50. And he'll give me 500 to go. 2.5, but about 2.5, where? But it'd be 2.5, but about 2.5. 2.5, where? 2.5, now 300, but it'd be 3, but it'd be about 3, but about 3, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3, anybody see me at 300, where? 2.5, 275, but about 275, 75, but about 275, and anybody see me at 275. 2.5, 75. Anybody else? Now 300, now 300, 300, but it'd be 3, but it'd be about 3, but it'd be 280, 290, 280, 290. 280, 290, but it'd be 290, 290. 280, 290, but it'd be 290, 290, but it'd be 290. 280, 290. Anybody else? $290. $290. Anybody? Takes $300 if you want it. That's the... We're going to pass on that one. All right. Lot number 80 is 2 U.S. $5 indent head gold coins. 2 U.S. $5 indent head gold coins. All right, who'll give me a $1,000 bill to go? 1,000 where? But it'd be 1,100. Now 12, but it'd be 12. Now 13, but it'd be 13. 13, but it'd be 13. 13, but it'd be 1,200 over here. 1,300 where? But it'd be 13. 13, but about 1,300 where? But 13. Now 14. Now 15, but about 15. 15. Now 16, but about 16. Now 17, but it'd be 17. 17, but now 18, but it'd be 18, but it'd be 18. 17 over here. 1,800 where? But it'd be 18, but it'd be 18. 17. 18. You're in, ma'am. 1,700. 18, but if it's 18, but if it's 18, but if it's 18, now 19, now you can go 19, 18, 19, but if it's 19, now 2,000, but if it's 2,000, 2,000, but if it's 2,000, but if it's 2,000 where? 2,000 where? But if it's 2, but if it's 2, but if it's 2, but if it's about 2, 1,900, 2,000 where? But if it's 2, but if it's 2. Sold it over there, $1,900, number 78, 78. Number 81 is an 1878 S U.S. trade dollar. 1878 S U.S. trade dollar, and he'll give me 100.5 to go. 150 where? But 150, 150. Now 175, 175, but 175, but 175. Now 200, 200, but be 2, but be 2, but be 2. Now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, but be 2 1/2. But now 75, but about 275. Now 300, 300, 275, 300 where? But be 3, but be about 3, but about 3, but be 3, 275. Now quarter, 3 1/4, but be 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, sir, but be 3 1/2. And now 75, but about 375, 375. He's out back in the back. And now 400 over here, 400 right over here. 400, sir, but it'd be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. Now quarter, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, back in the back, but it'd be 4 1/4, 400 bid, 4 1/4, 400 bid, 4 1/4, but it'd be a quarter, but it'd be a quarter, 400 bid, 4 1/4. And now half, 4 1/2, but it'd be 4 1/2, but it'd be 4 1/2. You almost had it. 4 1/2, he's getting weak. 4 1/2, but about 4 1/2, but about 4 1/2, but about 4 1/4, 4 1/2. And now 75, but about 475, 475, but about 475, but about, and now 500, not as weak as I thought. 475, 500, 475, 500, where? But it'd be fine to make it about, hit it by 5, but it'd be fine to make it about, 5. Sold it back in the back, $475 to 79, 79. All right, and now we're on 82. National Bicentennial 3-inch sterling medallion. Bicentennial 3-inch sterling medallion. He'll give me 100.5 to go. 150, now 75, but 175, but 175. Now 200, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, but it'd be about 2. 175, 200 where? But it'd be 2. 2, but it'd be 2, but it'd be anybody see me 200 where? 175, 200. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 175, 200 where? But it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2. Anybody see me at 2? Anybody want to see me at 200? 175, 200. Sold it, $175, number 29, 29. All right, lot 83 is Franklin Mint Bicentennial Medals. Franklin Mint Bicentennial Medals. He'll give me a $100 bill to go. 100 where? Now 100 1/4, but it'd be 125, but 125, but 125. 100 bid, 125, but 125 where? But 125, and everybody see me at 125, 125. Anybody else? 125. Anybody? 125. Y'all in all done. I got 100 bid, 125. Let me find it here. There it is. 100 bid, 120, 100 and takes 101 1/4. Costs you another $1.25. Number 2 for a 101.25. Item number 84. 2 Washington Mint silver proof $100 bill replicas. Heavy on the replicas. 2 Washington Mint, silver proof, $100 bill replica. All right, who give me 100 and a half to go? Would have been 100 and a half where? Would have been 100 and a half, would have been 150, now 75, but 175. 175 where? But 175, 75, but 175, but it might seem 175 where? But 175, 150 bid, 75, not 200, not 2, but a bit 2, but a bit 2, but a bit 2, but 85. There's another one I'd never thought of. 200, but a bit 190. 185, 190, now 200, but a bit 2, but a bit 2, but a bit deal about 2. 192, 100. 200, 195, 195. Anybody else? I got 190 back in the back, 195, 190, 195. Sold it way in the back, $190. Number 21, 21. All right, lot number 85, Ampex, 10 ounce, 999, fine silver bar. Right there on Ampex. Ampex, 10 ounce, 999 silver bar. Who give me 200 to go? 200 where? But if it now 3, but if it 3 and a half, but if it 3 and a half, but if it 3 and a half, 300, 3 and a half, but if 3 and a half, now 400, but if it 4 and a half, 4 and a half, but if I'm 4 and a half, 400 bid 4 and a half, but if I'm 4 and a half, you're in at 4, he's in at 4 and a half, 4 and a half, but if I'm 4 and a half, but if I'm 4 and a half, but if I see me at 4 and a half, now 500, now half, 5 and a half, and now 600, and now half, 6 and a half, but if I'm 6 and a half, but if I'm 6 and a half, 6 and a half, but if I'm 6 and a half, and if I see me at 6 and a half, 6 and a half. Sold it right up here, $600, number 40. Is it 40 or 41? 41. 41. Number 86, 152 gold stamp replica first day covers. 152 gold stamp replica first day covers, and he'll give me 100 and a half to go. 100 and a half where? Would have been 150 where? But 150, 150, but 150 where? 100 and a quarter. 100 and a quarter, but 100 and a quarter, but if I got a $100 bill, 100 and a half. 100 and a half, and now 75, 175, but 175, but 175, 150 bid, 75. 150 bid, 75. 160. 160 where? But 160, 160, but 160, but see me at 160, 150, 160. 160 now 70, but 170, 170, but 170, sir, but 170, but 170. 160, 170, 160, 170, but 170, 160, 170, 165. Will that help you? 165, and now 170, 170, 170, now 5, 175. 175, 170 bid, 175, but 175, 75, but 175. Sold it, $170 over here, number 18, 18. All right, number 87 is 54 Longines Symphonette Sterling medallions. 54 Longines Symphonette Sterling medallions, and he'll give me a $1,000 bill to go. $1,000, now 1,100, but 11, but 11, you hit about 11, but 11, but 11. 1,000, but 11 to 12, but 12, but 12, but 12, 13, but 13, 14, 14, but about 14, 13, 14, 13, 14, but about 14, 14, but about 14, 13, 14, but about 1,400, 13, 14, but 14, 14, but about 14. Sold it up front, $1,300, number 36, number 36. Item number 88 is 35 International Silver Company sterling pieces. 35 International Silver Company sterling pieces, and he'll give me 7.5 to go. 7.5, now 800, but 8.5, but 8.5, but 8.5, but 8.5, and about see me at 8.5. 8.5 where? But 8.5, 8.5, but 8.5, and about see me at 8.5, got 800 bid, 8.5. 800 bid, 8.5, but half, but half, but half, and about see me at 8.5, but half, but 8.5, but 8.5. Anybody else? 8.5. Sold it on the front row, $800, number 36, number 36. All right, item number 89. Item number 89 is 14 karat yellow gold bracelet, chain bracelet. 14 karat yellow gold chain bracelet right there, and he'll give me a $1,000 bill to go. $1,000, but if it's 1,100, but if it's 11, 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, not 13, but if it's 13, but if it's 13, 12, 13. 12, 13 where? But if it's 13, 13, but about 1,300 where? But if it's 13, 13, but about 1,300 where? But if it's 13, but if it's 13, 12, 13. 12, 13, but about 13, 13, but about 13, about see me at 1,300. 1,300. Sold it. $1,200, number 2. $1,200, number 2. All right. Item number 90. Item number 90 is 18 karat stamped yellow gold chain bracelet. 18 karat stamped. Who give me a $2,000 to go? 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 28, 29, but if it 29, but if it 28, 29, but if it 29, but if it 29, 28, 29, 28, 29, but if it 29, 28 up front, 2,900 where, but if it 29, but if it now 3,000, but if it 3,000, 31, ma'am, but if it 31, but if it 31, but if it 3,100, 3,100 over here, ma'am, you're out, but if it 31, but if it 31, but if it 31, 3,000 bid 31, 3,000 bid 31, but if it 31, but if it 31, 31, anybody else, 31, 32, 33, 33, but if it 33, new fire, but if it 33, but if it 33, but if it 33, 32, 33, 32, 33, 3,300, sir, 33, you're out, 3,300, but if it 33, but if it 32, 33, but if it 33, sold it, $3,200 to number 36, to number 36. All right, 91 is hand-assembled bead necklace and bracelet. Hand-assembled bead necklace and bracelet. Who'll give me 300 to go? But if it's 3, but if it's yet about 300 where? But if it's 3, but if it's 3, but if it's 3, 2.5, 3. I got 2.5, 300, but if it's 3, but if it's 3, but it's 3. Did you say 3? And now half, 3, I couldn't tell if you was ducking or diving or what you was doing. 3.5, I'd seen him. 3.5, but about 3.5, but about 3.5, 3.5, but about 3.5. 3 bid, 3.5. Anybody else you want in 3.5, but about 3.5, 3.5, but about 3.5. On the hand-assembled necklace and bracelet, 300 bid, 3.5, but about 3.5. Anybody else? 3.5. Now 400, but it'd be 4 to make it a 4. Now half, 4.25. 4.25, but it'd be 4.25, 4.25, but it'd be 4.25. 400 bid, 4.25, but it'd be 4.25, 4.25, but it'd be 4.25, 4.25. It takes 412.50 or 12.50 off. 36 took it for 412.50. All right, item number 92 is a lady's hand-assembled 32-inch opera-length pearl necklace. Right there. Who'll give me 100.5 to go? 150 where? But 150, $100 bill. But 100 where? But one. But make it one for a $100 bill. Pearl necklace, $100 bill. 75, 75, and 75. Now 80. Would have been 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 75. 80. Would have been 80. About 80. Would have been 80. We're going to have to pass on that one. On 92, we passed on that. So hang on just a second. All right, item number 93 is a 14-karat stamped yellow gold cast wedding band. Right there, 14-karat stamped yellow gold. How many dollars on it? Who'll give me 400 to go? But if it's 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. 3.5, but about 3.5, but if it's 3.5, where? 3.5, not 400. 3.5, 400, where? But if it's 4 to make it a 4, make it a about 400, but if it's 375, 400 back in the back. 375, 400, but it'd be 4, 4.5, but it'd be 4.5, but about 4.5, 4.5, 4.25, 4.25, 4.25. Anybody 4.25, but 4.25, but about 4.25. Now 4.5, but about 4.5, and now 75, 475, but about 475, but about 475, and it must see me at 475, 4.5, 75. Anybody else? 4.5, 75. Sold it way in the back, $450. Number 37. Number 37. All right. We're going to take a short pause here just for a second, see if we can get the TV back up.
out here. We don't know how he's got it set up.
Just keep going without it. Okay, Jeff, they want to go with this one because they don't know how long it's going to take the IT guy to get here. Folks, we're going to have to go with just the TV over here right now because they don't know how long it'll take the IT guy to get there. Can we turn it just a little bit more? Can everybody see that? We're going with the one for right now so we can keep going. All right, item number 94 is a ladies' platinum tested Edwardian ring. You ready, Rick? All right, ladies' platinum ring right there. How many dollars on? Who give me 7.5 to go? But if it's 7.5, where? But if it's 600, 600 where? But if it's but if you get about 600 where? But if it's 6, I got 500 now 6. But if it's 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. And now 700, but if it's 7.5, but if it's 7.5, sir, but if it's 7.5. And now 800, but if it's 800, now 8.5, but if it's 8.5, but if it's 8.5. 800 bid 8.5, but if it's 8.5, but if it's 8.5, and now 900, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, 8.5 to 900. And now half 9.5, but if it's 9.5, but if it's 9.5, but if it's 9.5. 900 bid 9.5, but if it's 9.5, 9.5, and then at 9.5, sold it $900, number 42. 42. All right. Item number 95. Item number 95 is 18 karat electronically tested white gold dangle earrings with wire clip backs. Right there. 18 karat tested right there. How many dollars on? So now we have nothing. Now we got both. Hey! That's why she's the boss. All right, where am I at now? 95? 18 karat electronically tested white gold bangle. I think I already read all that stuff. Give me 700. But if it's 7, but if it's 7, 500, 600, but if it's 7, but if you get about 600, now 7, now 8, but if it's 8, but if I'm over here at 7, now 8, now 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9. 8, 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, you get about 900 where? He's in at 8, now 9, now you can go, $1,000 bill, now 1,100, 1,100, but if it's 11, but if it's 11, you get about 11, but if it's 11, $900, $1,000 bill, 1,100, but if it's 11, but if it's 11, anybody see me at 11? We're right here, $900, $1,000, $9.5, $1,000, $1,050, 1,100, 11.5, 1,200. 1,200, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, 12.5, but if it's 12.5, but if it's 12.5, but about 12.5. 12 bid 12.5, but about 12.5. Sold it right over here, $1,200, number 74. 24, got his finger at 24. Item number 96, 14 karat white and yellow gold platinum hand assembled triangle pair and cluster pendant pins. Right there, and he'll give me 1,500 to go. 15 where, but about 15, 15, but about 1,500 where, but about 15, 12.5, 15, 12.5, 15, 15, now 17.5, but about 17.5, 17.5, but about 17.5, back to back, now 2,000, 2,000, but if it's 2,000, but if it's 2,000, 17.5, now 2,000 where, but if it's 2, but if it's 2, but if it's about 2, 17.5, 1,800, 1,800, sir. 18, but if it's 18, but if it's 18, but if it's 17.5, 18. 17.5, 18 where, but if it's 18, but if it's 18, it must be at 18, I'm already going to 17.5, I can't cut it anymore. 17.5, 1,800. 1,800, now 18.5, now 1,900, now 1,900, and now 2,000, and now 2,050. 2,050, but about 2,050, but if it's 2,050, but if it's 2,050 where, but if it's 2,050 where? Sold it back in the back, $2,000, number 37. 37. All right, 97 is another one. Let me see what the 97, the weight is wrong. It's 26.557, not 265.57. So make note of that. The weight is wrong in your book. Correct, they just got the decimal point in the wrong place. I've tried that a couple times paying the IRS, and they didn't want it. They want me to move the decimal point the other way. So, All right, item number 97. Who give me a $1,000 bill to go? 7.5, but about 7.5. 7.5, no 800, but about 800, but about 8.5, but about 8.5, and now 900. 8.5 to 900, but about 9, but about 9.5, but about 9.5. Now $1,000 bill, now 1050, now 1100, now 11.5, now 1200, now 12.5, 12.5, now 13, 12.5, 1300, but about 13, 13, but about 1300, but about 13, 12.5, 1300 where? 12.5, 1300 where? But about 13, 13, but about 13. Sold it on the front row, $1,250, number 36. Number 36. Item number 98 is 6 gold bands. 6 gold bands. And who give me 750 to go for all of them? 750, 800, now 8.5, now 900, now half, 9.5, now $1,000 bill. $1,000 bill, would have been down, 9.5, $1,000 bill, 9.5 up front, $1,000. $1,000 bill, would have been down, yellow about down, would have been down. I'm over here, $9.5, $1,000. $9,500. Where? Now 1,100, but 1050. 1050, but about 1050. 1050, but about 1050. Where? But about 1050. Must see me at 1050. $1,050. Anybody? 1,000 bid. 1,050, but about 1,050. But about 1,050. But about 1,050. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? Sold it your way. $1,000. Number 78. 78. Item number 99. 3 platinum rings. 3 platinum rings right there, and who give me 500 to go? 500 where? But it'd be 5. 400, but it'd be 4 to make it a 4. 4, 5, 6, but it'd be 6, and 7, but it'd be 7, but it'd be 7, but it'd be 7, 6, 7, but it'd be 7. 6, 7, but it'd be 7, but it'd be 7. Now 600 over here, 700 where? 6, 7, now 8, but it'd be 8, but it'd be 8 about 8. 7.5, now 800. Now 800, but it'd be 8, but it'd be 8, but it'd be 8.5, but it'd be 8.5, but it'd be 8.5. 8.5, but it'd be 8.5, but it'd be 8.5. Now 9, but it'd be 9, but it'd be 9.5, 9.5. 9 bid, 9.5. 9 bid, 9.5, but it'd be 9.5, but it'd be 9.5, but it'd be 9.5. Sold it, $900, number 64. 64. All right, now we have a U.S. lot number 100. It's a U.S. $500 Federal Reserve note, 1934A. 1934A on a $500 note. Who'll give me 1,500 to go? 15, 16, 17, 18, 18 back in the back, but if it's 18, now 19, but if it's 19, now 2,000, 2,000, but if it's now 21, but if it's 21, 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25, but if it's now 6, 26, 27, 27, 28, 28, 29, but it'd be 29, now 3,000, now 31, but it'd be 31, but it'd be 31, 31, 31, 32, but it'd be 32, 32, 33, 33, 34, but it'd be 34, but it'd be 34, 33, 34, 34, 35, but about 35, now 6, but if there's 37, but it'd be 37, but it'd be 37, 36, 37, 38, 38, 39, but it'd be 39, now 4,000, but it'd be 4,000, but it'd be 4,000, 41, 4,100, where are you going to get another one? 41, but it'd be 41, but it'd be 41, 42, 41, 42, you either, 41, 42, 41, 42, thanks for your bids, 41, 42, anybody else, y'all in all done? 41, 42, sold it, $4,100 to number 30, number 30, thank you very much. All right. 101 is 1 ounce fine gold Krugerrand 1976. 1 ounce fine gold right there. And he'll give me 1,500 to go for 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2,000, 21, 2,000 your way, 21, 21, but it'd be 21, but it'd be 2,000, 2,100, 21, 22, 21, 22, but it'd be 22, but it'd be 22, 21, 22. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 21, 22, but it'd be 22. Sold it. $2,100, number 78. Sure, that's what it is. You're number 78, ma'am, correct? Okay. All right. 102 is a ½ ounce fine gold Krugerrand 1980. 1980, and who give me a $1,000 bill to go for it? $1,000, but if it's down, but down yet where? But if it's down, but if it's down 7.5, but about 7.5, 800, now half, now 9, but if it's 9.5, but if it's 9.5, but if it's 9.5, 9.5, but if it's 9.5, and now $1,000 bill, but if it's down, but if it's down, but if it's down 9.5, $1,000 bill, $1,000 bill, 1050, but if it's 1050, 1050, but if it's 1050, sir, but if it's 1050, but if it's 1050, 1050 where? But if it's 1050, 1050, but if it's 1050, anybody see me a 1,050, 1,000 bid, 1,050. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 1,050, but if it's 1,050. Sold it. $1,000 bill, number 77. Number 77. Item 103 is 14 karat gold items, 14 karat yellow gold items. Right there, and he'll give me a $1,000 bill to go for the yellow gold items right there. Now 1,100, now 12, not 12, not 13, but if it's 13, 13, but if it's 13. Were you in the front or the back? You're here, then I don't need you. You're at 1,100. 1,200, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, 11, 12. He was looking in the back. So 11, 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, 12, 12, but if it's 12, you about 12, but if it's 12, 11, 12. Anybody else? 11, 12. Sold it. $1,100, number 36. Okay, the 104 is gold cameos. 104 is gold cameos. Who'll give me 250 to go? 250 where? But around 250, $200. 200 bucks on the gold cameos. Anybody? 200, 2, 3, but if it's 3, but if it's yellow by 3, 2.5, but about 2.5, 2.5, but about 2.5, 2.5. Anybody see me? 2.25. That help anybody? 2.25, 2.25, but if it's 2.25, anybody see me at 2.25. 200, 2.25 over here, 2.5, but about 2.5, but a bit 2.5, 275, 275, but about 275, but about 275, 2.5, 75, but about 275, but about 275. Sold it on the front row. Wait a minute. Nope, I need 262.50. Another $12.50. 104, 262.50 to 36. All right. 105 is 101 pieces of Wallace Rose Point Sterling flatware. 101 pieces of Wallace Rose Sterling flatware, and he'll give me 1,500 to go. 16, 15, 16, 17, but if it's 17, 18, now 19, but if it's 19, but if it's 19, 18 and a half, 1,900. 18 and a half, 1,900, but if it's 19, but if it's 19, but if it's 19, 18 and a half, 1,900, 18 and a half, 1,900, but if it's 18 and a half, 1,900, but if it's 19, but if it's 19, everybody see me at 19, sold it, $1,850, number 2. 106 is U.S. Constitution coins. U.S. Constitution coins, he'll give me a $1,000 bill to go. 1,000 bucks, but if it's 1,000, but if it's 1,000, 7.5, now 800, 7.5, 800, now 8.5, but if it's 8.5, now 900, but if it's 9.5, 9.5, now $1,000 bill, 9.5, $1,000 bill, but if it's 1,000, but if it's 1,000, but if it's 1,000, $9,000 bill, back in the back, 1050, but if it's 1050, 1050, but if it's 1050, it'll about 1050 where? 1,050, now 1,100, but if it's 1,100, back in 1,100, now half, but if it's 11.5, but if it's 11.5, way in the back, 11.5, he's in 11.5, but about 11.5, but if 11.5, 1,100 bid, 11.5, but if 11.5, sold it way back in the back, $1,100, number 34, number 34. All right, we got 27 American Silver Eagles. 27 American Silver Eagles, and he'll give me 700 to go. 700 where? But if it's 700, 600, but if it's 6, you say 6 back in the back, now 7. I got over here, 600, 700, 800, now 900, now 900, now $1,000 bill, $1,000 bill, but if it's down, but if it's down, but if it's down, $900,000 bill. $900,000, 9.5, anybody? 9.5, but if it's 9.5, but if it's 9.5, but if it's 9.5, anybody see me at 9.5? 9.5, anybody else? Y'all in all done, 9.5. 106, 107, 107, 9.5, 9.5, anybody? Sold them, $900, number, we had it up here. I thought I had you. 56. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I had it right up on the row. All right, number 108 is an Elgin 7-jewel 14-karat case. An Elgin 7-jewel 14-karat case, and he'll give me 500 to go. 500 where? But if we find to make it a 5, make it a 5. 4.5, but about 4.5, but about 4.5. 4.5. 300 bucks. 300, now 3.5, but about 3.5, 3.5, but about 3.5, 3.5, now 400, but if it's 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. 400, now half, 4.5, 4.5, 4.25, 4.25, but if it's 425, but about 425, but about 425. Anybody 425, but about 425, but about 425 takes $412.50. You're $12.50 off. All right, number 36 for $412.50. Number 36. All right, 109 is Tiffany & Company stamped sterling presentation box with wood liner. Tiffany & Company stamped sterling right there. Who give me $500 to go for this Tiffany box? 500, 3.5, but about 3.5, 3.5 where, but about 3.5, but about 3.5. 3.5, now 400, but before to make it a 4, make it a yield about 4, but about 4, make it a 4, make it a 4, and let's see me at 400. 3.5, 400 where, but before 400, but before to make it a 4, make it a 4, make it a 4.5, but before 4.5. 4.25, sir, 4.25, 425, 425, but about 425. He's out. We got 400 your way. He wasn't bidding. Okay, now we're back to you at 3.5. And now 375, but about 375, but 375. Now 400, but before to make it a 4, make it a 4, make it a 4. 375, 400 where, but before to make it a 4, make it a 4. 400, back in the back, 4.25. 400 bid, 4.25, but before 25, but about 425, but about 425. 425 where, but before 25, but about 425, and about see me at 425. 425. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 425. It's $412.50. You have to go up $12.50 if you want it, sir. Okay, $412.50, and your number? 21. All right, lot number 110 is an 1818/7 NGC graded MS64 bust $50. Right there. And how many dollars on? Who'll give me $7,500 to go? 75, 7,000, but about 7,000, but about 7,000. Now 7,500. 7,000, 7,500, but it's 75. Now 8,000, but now 8,500. 8,500, but it's 85, but it's 85. 85. 82 and a half, 85. 85, 87 and a half. 87 and a half, but a bit 87 and a half, but my 87 and a half, 87 and a half, and now 9,000, would have been 9,000, now 92 and a half, 92 and a half, but about 92 and a half, but about 92 and a half, but about 92.50, 92.50 where, but about 92 and a half, but about 92 and a half, 92 and a half, and now 95, but it been 95, but it been 95, now 97 and a half, 97 and a half, make it bring 10, 97 and a half, but it been 97 and a half, 95 and a half, but it been 97 and a half. Sold it out here, $9,500 to number 2. $9,500 to number 2. All right, 111 is 32 U.S. Barber $50. 32 U.S. Barber $50 right there, and who give me 250 to go? 250 where? But about 250, 300, 3.5, but it's 3.5, but about 300 up here, 3.5, 3.5, now 400, 400 back in the back, but it'd be 400, but it'd be 400, now half, 4.5, but about 4.5, 4.5, but about 4.5, but about 4.5, but about 4.5, but about see me at 4.5, and now 500, but it'd be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5.5, but it'd be 5.5, but it'd be 5.5, and now 600, now 600, but it'd be 600, but it'd be 600, 600, but it'd be 600, by now half, 6.5, 6.5, but about 6.5, 6.5 up front, but it'd be 6.5, 600 bid, 6.5, but it'd be 6.5, everybody see me at 6.5, sold it, $600, number 77. 77. All right, 112 is 2 U.S. capped bust lettered edge $50, 1822 and 1829. Right there, how many dollars on? Who give me 100 and a half to go? 150 where, but 100 and a quarter, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half, 100 and a half, now 75, now 200, 200 back in the back, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, man, but it'd be 200, but it'd be 200, now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, but it'd be 2 and a half, but it'd be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, but it'd be 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, anybody else, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, but it'd be 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and now 75, 275, now 300, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, but it'd be 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, but it'd be 3 and a half, and now 75, 375, but I'm on 375, but I'm on 75, 75, but I'm on 375, 3 and a half, 75, 3 and a half, 75, sold it right out there, $350, number 77, number 77. 113, 203 U.S. $1 notes and other. 203 U.S. $1 notes and other. Who'll give me 4.5 to go for all of them? 400, but it'd be 4 to make it a 4, make it a yield about 400. Where? But it'd be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. And now half, but it'd be 4.5, but about 4.5, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, but it'd be 4 and a quarter. Where? But it'd be 425. Anybody want to see me at 425? But about 425, but about 425 and 425. 410. 410. Anybody? 410. 410, but a bit 10, but a bit about 410, but a bit 10, but a bit 10, about 10, 10, and now 20, 420, and now 30, 430, now 40, 440, and now 50, 450, now 60, 460, now 70, 470, but a bit 470, 470, but a bit 470, 470, but about 470. Sold it, $460, number 1, I believe. Nope, 18. Okay, 114 is 9 U.S. proof and mint sets. 9 U.S. proof and mint sets. So give me 200 to go. 200 where? Now 2.5. Now through 275, but about 275. Now 300. 300, but a bit 3, but a bit about 3, but a bit 275. 300 where? 275, 300 where? But a bit 3, but a bit about 3, but about 3, but a bit 3, 275, 300 where? But a bit 3, but a bit 3. Sold them back in the back, $275. Number 32. 32. All right. 115 is 20 U.S. proof sets. U.S. proof sets, just proofs, right there. And he'll give me a $100 bill to go. $100, and now 100 and quarter. 100 and a quarter, but 125, but 150, 175, but 175, 150, 75, 160, 150, 160, but 160, 160, but 160, but 160, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200. 210, but if it 210, 210, that's 20, 220, but if it 220, 220, but 220, 230, but if it 230, 230, 240, 250, but if it 250, 250, but if it 250, 240, 250, but if it 250, 240, 250, sold it, $240, number 18. Number 18, hang on just a second. All right, item number 116. 116 is 24 U.S. proof sets. Who give me a $100 bill to go on them? $100, but about 100, now 10, but 110, 110, but now 20, 120, 130, but 130, 140, 140, 150, 160, 170, but 170, 180, 190, but 190, 180, 190, 180, 190, but 190, 190, but 190, wants to be 190, now 200, and now 10, 210, but a bit 210, now 20, 220, 230, but a bit 230, 240, 230, 240, but a bit 240, 240, but a bit 240, 230, 240, but a bit 240, 240. Sold it, $230, number 18. Number 18. 117 is a U.S. large size Federal Reserve note. Right there, how many dollars on? Who give me 200 to go? But a bit 2, but a bit 2. 150, 150, now 60, now 70, 170, 170, but 170, now 80, 180, but 180, 180, but 180, now 90, now 200, now 10, 210, 220, but a bit 220, 220. Everybody out, 220, 230, 240, but a bit 240, now 50, 250, now 60, 260, now 70, 270, but now 80, 280, but a bit 280, 280, but now 90, but a bit 290, 290, but a bit 290, 280, 290, 280, 290, but a bit 290, now 300, but a bit 3, but a bit about 3, but a bit 3. I got him 290, 300, 290, 300, but a bit 3, but a bit about 3, but about 3, but a bit 3, 290, now 3. Sold it way in the back, $290, number 26, 26. $117 is U.S. large Federal Reserve notes. U.S. large Federal Reserve notes. 117, right there. And how many dollars on? Who give me 200 to go? But a bit 2, but a bit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 118's what I'm on. Well, I'll make more on it the second time because I've already sold it once. 118, 2003 uncut sheet of 4 $2 notes. 2003 uncut sheet 4 of $1 notes in vinyl holders right there. Who give me $75 to go? 75, but 80 would have been 80, would have been 80, would have been 80, now 90, would have been 90, would have been 90, now 100, would have been 100, now 10, would have been 10, would have been 10, 110, would have been 110, 120, 130, but 130, 130, but 130, but 130, 140, but 140, 150, 140, 150, but 150, 140, 150, now 50, now 60, 160, now 70, 170, 170, 170, would have been 170, 170, 170, 160, 170, 180, 180, 180, 190, but 190, 190, 200, 222, wow, 10, 210, would have been 210, 210, would have been 210, 220, but it'd be 220, 220, but it'd be 220, 220, 220, 210, 215, 220, 220, 225, but about 225, but about 225, but about 225. Sold it, $220, number 24. 24. 119 is 5 silver eagle proof coins. 5 silver eagle proof coins right there. And who give me 2.5 to go? 2.5, not 300, but it'd be 3, but it'd be about 3, but about 3, but it'd be 3, 2.5, and a 3. 2.5, 300, now half, 3.5, now 400, now half, 4.5, 4 bid, 4.5, but about 4.5, but about 4.5, but about 4.5, but about see me at 4.5, 4 bid, 4.5, but about 4.5, but about see me at 4.5. Sold them $400, number 85, number 85. All right, lot number 120, 1902 S, U.S. $20 Liberty Head gold coin. 1902 S, 1902 S, $20 Liberty gold coin. He'll give me 1,500 to go. 15, 16, 17, 17, 18, 19, 2000, 21, 22, 22, but it'd be 21, 22, 21, 22, but it'd be 22, but it'd be 22, 21, 22, 21, 22, 23, 23, but it'd be 23, but it'd be 23, 22, 23, 22, 23, but it'd be 23, 24, but it'd be 24, but it'd be 24. I'm over here standing up. 23, 24, but it'd be 24, but it'd be 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, but it'd be 24. Everybody see me at 24. Sold it way in the back. 2,300, number 1. 2,300, number 1. Lot number 121 is 32 Walking Liberty half dollars. 32 Walking Liberty half dollars right there. And he'll give me 2.5 to go. 2.5, but about 2.5, 2.5. Where? But it'd be 2.5, 2.5, 3. 300, but it'd be 3, but it'd be about 3, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3, 2.5 to 3. 2.5, 300, now quarter, 3.25, 3.5, 3.5, but it'd be 3.5, but about 3.5. Back in the back, you're out, 3.5, but it'd be 3.5. 3.25, 3.5, but it'd be 3.5, and it might see me 3.5. 3.25, 3.5, 75, but about 375, but about 375. 3.5, 75, but about 375, but about 375. Where? But it'd be 375, but about 375. 375, but about 375. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 375. 375, but about 375. 3.5, 75. Sold it. $350, number 1. Number 1. All right. 122 is 488 Lincoln wheat pennies. And he'll give me $50 to go for 488 Lincoln wheat pennies. $50, 25, 30, 25, 30, 40, 50, 50, 60, 70, would have been 70, 70, 80, would have been 80, 90, would have been 90, would have been 90, would have been 90, 80, 90, 80, 90, would have been 90, would have been 90, would have been 90, 80, 90, would have been 90, about 90, would have been 90, 80, 90, where? Would have been 90, would have been 90, sold it, $80, number 63, 63. All right, item number 123 is sports memorabilia. Sports memorabilia. Right there. And how many dollars? Who'll give me a $100 bill to go? 100, not 10, 110, but 110, 110, but about 110, 110, 120, 130, back in the back, but 130, 140, and now 50, 150, now 60, now 70, now 80. Now 90. I'm over here at 190. Now 200, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2. Now 10. 210, but it'd be 210, 210, but it'd be 210, 220, but it'd be 220, but it'd be 220, 220, but it'd be 220. 210, 220, 230, 230, but it'd be 230, 230, but it'd be 230, 220, 30, 40, but it'd be 240, but 240, 240, 240. Now 50. Now 50, but it'd be 250, 250, but it'd be 250, 250, but 240, 250. 240, 250. Now 60. Now 70. 270, but it'd be 270, 270, but it'd be 270, but 270. I'm with the lady at 260. Now 70. 270, would it be 270, 260, 270, would it be 270? Anybody else? 270, 260, 70. Anybody else? Sold it, $260 to number 78. Number 78. Item number 124 is 13 U.S. commemorative half dollars. 13 U.S. commemorative half dollars. Who'll give me 2.5 to go for all of them? 2.5, but about 2.5. $200, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, about 2, 2, now 25, 250, now 75, but about 275, but about 275. 2.5, 75, but about 275, but about 275. Where? But about 275, but about see me at 275. 275, but about 2.5, 75, but about 275. Sold it, $250, number 2. Number 2. 125, 3 2.5 U.S. gold coins. 3 $2.50 U.S. gold coins. Who'll give me $1,000 to go for all of them? $1,000, 1,100, but 11, but 11, everybody see me, 1,100, but 11, but 11, 11, now 12, now 13, now 14, 14, but about 14, now 15, but about 15, 15, but about 15, 14, 15, but about 15, 15, but about 15, 14, 15, 14, your way, 1,500 where, but about 15, 15, but about 15, 14, 15, but about 15, yield about 15, everybody see me, 1,500, 1,500, and now half, 15 and a half, but about 15 and a half, 15 and a half, but about 15 and a half. And now 1,600, 1,600, but about 16, 16, but about 1,600. 15 and a half, 1,600, but about 16, 16, but about 1,600, but about 16. Sold them $1,550, 62. All right, 126 is 17 silver rings and other. 17 silver rings and other. Right there. How many dollars on? Who give me 2.5 to go? But it be 2.5 where? But it be 200. $200. But it be 2. But it be 2. But it be 10. Everybody see me at $200. 175. But it be 175. Now 200. 175. Now 2. But it be 2. But it be now 2.25. But it be 2.25. But it be 225. But it be 225. But about 225. 225 man. But it be 225. Now 2.5. 225. 2.5. But it be 2.5. But it be 2.5. 2.5. But it be 2.5. 225. 2.5. But about 2.5. But it be 2.5. 2.5. But about 2.5. Everybody see me at 2.5. 225, 2.5. Anybody else? It's $228.75. You're $3.75 off. Number 3 is taking it for $228.75. $228.75. All right. 127 has already been sold. That was sold by the treasurer. So we're on to 128. 11 end-in head cents. 11 end-in head cents. Who give me $500 to go? Would it be fine to make it a 5? 400, but it be 4 to make it a 4, make it a yield about 4, but it be 4 now. 4.25, 4.5, but it be 4.5, and now 75, but it be 475, and now 500, but it be fine to make it a 5, make it a 5, yield about 5, but it be fine to make it a 5, make it a 5, and everybody see me at 500. 475, 500 where? But it be fine to make it a 5, make it a 5, yield about 5, but it be fine to make it a 5, make it a 5, and everybody see me at 500. 475, 500. Anybody? You're in at 475. Sold it. I already sold it. Too late. Number 54, $475. Sorry about that. All right. 129 is U.S. Mint American Arts Commemorative Series. U.S. Mint American Arts Commemorative Series. Who give me 8,500 to go? Would it be 85? 85, no 86, but it be 86, 87, but it be 86. 85, 86, but it be 87, but it be 86. Where? But it be 87, but it be 86. 8,500 bid 86, but it be 87, but it be 86. You might see me at 8,600. 8,600 where? But it be 87, but it be 87, but it be 86. 85, 86. 85, 86, but it be 87, but it be 86. 85, 86, but it be 86. Anybody else? 8,600. 85, 86. It takes 86.25. You're 125 off. He took it, number 2, for 86.25. Okay, 130 is another one. It's a 1911D. Does not have that in your book. So 1911D. U.S. St. Gaudens $20 gold coin. Right there, and he'll give me $1,750 to go. $1,750, $1,800, but it be 18, but it be 1,800, now 19, but it be 19, now 2,000, but it be 2,000, but it be 2,000, 21, 21, but it be 21, but it be 21, 2,000 bid 21, 2,000 bid 21, but it be 21, but it be 21, but it be 21, 2,000 bid 21, but it be 21, 21, 22, 22, but it be 22, but it be 21, 22, 23, 23, but it be 23, but it be 23, 22, 23, but it be 23, 22, 23, but it be 23, 23. 24, 24. Was that the one you had? That's who he had. Okay. 2,300 sold at number 74. I thought you was farther in the back. Yep. All right. 131 is 1 ounce fine gold 1979 Krugerrand. Right there. How many dollars on? Who give me 1,700 to go? 1,500, now 16, now 17, but it been 17, 17, now 18, but it been 18, now 19, but it been 19. 18 and a half. Now 19 would have been 19, would have been 19. Now half, 19 and a half. 19 and a half would have been 19 and a half, would have been half, would have been half, would have been half, 19 and a half. And now 2,000. 2,000 would have been 2,000, would have been 2,000, 19 and a half, 2,000 where? Would have been 2,000 where? Would have been 2,000, 19 and a half. 2,000, now 2050. 2050 on that. 2050 would have been 2050, would have been 2050, 2,050. 2,000 bid, 2,050 where? Would have been 2,050, would have been 2,050. Sold it. $2,000, number 74. 74. All right. Item number 132 is 14 karat gold diamond necklace with matching earrings. All right. How many dollars on it? Right there on the gold necklace with the matching earrings. Who give me 700 to go? 700, 600 where? What have been saying? Would have been saying 500 bucks. Now 6, now 7, now 8, now 9. 8, 9 would have been 9, would have been 9, would have been 90, 99 would have been 9. 8, 9 would have been 9, would have been about 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, 8, 9 would have been 9, about 8 and a half. Anybody? 8 and a half would have been 8 and a half, would have been 8 and a half, 8 and a half would have been 8 and a half. Sold it. 800 bucks, number 9. 800 bucks to number 9. All right. Item number 133 is 3 ladies' wristwatches. 3 ladies' wristwatches right there, and who'll give me 2.5 to go? 2.5, but about 2.5. Now 3, but about 3, but you get about 3, but about 3, but about 3, 2.5 to 3. 2.5, 300 where? But about 3, 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 2.5, 300 where? 2.5, 300 where? But about 3, but you get about 3, but about 3, but about 3, 2.5, 300 where? But about 3, but about 3. Sold them right on the front row, $250, number 36. $250, number 36. Item number 134 is 2 men's wristwatches. And who'll give me 200 to go on them? 200 where? But it'd be 2, but it'd be 2. 100 and a half. 100 and a half, but about 100 and a half. Now 75. Now 200, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 275, 200. 175, 200. Now 2 1/4, but 2 1/4, 2 1/2, but it'd be 2 1/2, but it'd be 2 1/2, and now 75. 275, but about 275. 2 1/2, 75, but about 275, but about 275 where? But it'd be 275, 2 1/2, 75. Now 300. Now 300, sir, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3, 275, 300 where? 275, 300 where? But it'd be 3, but it'd be about 3, but about 3, but it'd be 275, 3. Sold it your way, $275. 78. 78. All right, 135 is an 18 karat yellow gold Arnex 17 jewel. 275. Lot 135 is an 18 karat yellow gold Arnex 17 jewel pocket watch. Right there, 18 karat gold. Who give me 1,500 to go? 15 where? But about 15, 15, but about 15. 12 and a half, but about 12 and a half, but a bit 12 and a half, but a bit 12 and a half, but a bit 12 and a half. 12 and a half where? But a bit 12 and a half, but a bit 12 and a half. Got $1,000, 1,100. 1,100, but 11, not 12, but a bit 12, but a bit 12, not 13, but a bit 13, 13, not 14, but a bit 14, 14, but about 14. 13, 14, but about 14, 14, but about 14, but about 14, 13, 14. 13, 14, but about 14, 13 and a half. Anybody? 13, 50, anybody want to see me at 13 and a half? 13 and a half. You need 13, 1250. You need another 1250. 36 is taking it. 36 is taking it at 13, 1250. Lot number 136 is 4 pocket watches. 4 pocket watches. Who give me 200 to go for all of them? 200, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 150. 150 where? But a 150, 150, but a 150. $100 bill, but a 100, but a 1, but to make it 1 on 4 pocket watches. 100 back in the back, now quarter. 100 and a quarter, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half back in the back, but about 100 and a half. 100 and a half, but about 150. 150, but about 150, but a 150, 150, but about 150, 150, 150. 125, 150, 125. Now 75, but a 175. 160. 160, but a 160, 160. 160, now 70. 170, 170, 170, 170, 160, 170, 160, 170, 170, 170, but 170, 160, 170. Sold it right down here in the front row, $160, number 36. All right, lot number 137 is a Gerard. Where are they coming up with all this stuff I can't pronounce? 17 jewel, 14 karat yellow gold pendant watch with chain. Right there. Who'll give me 2.5 to go? What do you guys? They got the wrong picture up? 137. All right, 137, right there. How many dollars? Who give me 2.5 to go? 2.5 where? But if it's $200, but if it's two, but if it's about two, but about two, but if it's 2.25, 2.25, 2.25, but if it's 225, but about 225, but about 225, 2.5, but about 2.5, but if it's 2.5, 2.5, and now 75, and now 300, but if it's 3.25, 3.25, 3.5, and now 75, 375, now 400, 375, 400 where? But if it's 4 to make it 4, make it 4, yield about 4, 375, 400 where? 375, 400 where? But if it's 4, sold it on the front row, $375, number 36, number 36. Item number 138 is an Elgin 15 jewel. Elgin 15 jewel right there, and who give me 600 to go? But if it's saying, but if it's by say 500 now say 5 second, but if it's say yield by saying, but about saying, but if it's 600 where? But if it's yield by saying, but about saying 500 now saying, but if it's say yield by saying, but about saying, but if it's say 500 now saying, but if it's 5.5, 5.5, but if it's 5.25, 5.25, but if it's 5.25, 5.25, but if it's 5.25, 5.25, 5.25, you're at 5.25, 5.25, and now 5.5, and now 75, 575, and now 600, and now 6.25, 6.25, now 6.5, and now 675, and now 700, and now 7.25, 7.25, and now half, and now 75, 775, sold it, $750, number 2, $750, number 2. Switching page. All right, lot 139. Lot 139 is a 2 key wine with keys. You see pocket watches right there. How many dollars on? Who give me a $100 bill to go for the pair of pocket watches? $100. $50, but about 50, where? 50, now 75, but about 75, 75, but about 75, now 60, now 70, would have been 70, would have been 70, would have been 70, sir, would have been 70, now 80, now 80, would have been 80, would have been about 80, would have been 80, would have been 80, where? Would have been 80, would have been 80, 70, 80, where? Would have been 80, about 80, would have been 80, would have been 80, now 90, would have been 90, would have been 90, 80, 90, now 100, now 100, would have been 100, but 1, but make it 1, anybody see me a $100 bill, 90 bid, $100 bill, 90 bid, $100 bill, where? Would have been 100, but 1, but make it 1, anybody see me at 100? Anybody want to see me at 100? I need another 375. Takes 93.75 to buy them. Okay, sold it 93.75, and it's 42. Is that right? 42. All right, lot number 140 is 1912 U.S. $10 Indian head gold coin. 1912 U.S. $10 Indian head gold coin. He'll give me a $1,000 bill to go. $1,000, 1,100, 11, now 12, but it'll be 12, now 13, now 14, but it'll be 15, but about 15, 15, but about 15, 14, 15, but about 15, 15, but about 15. Where? Your way, 1,400, 15, 14, 15, but about 15, 15, but about 15. Where? But about 15, 15, yield about 15, but about 15, 14, 15. Anybody else? 14, 15. Anybody want to see me at 15? Sold it your way, 1,400, number 79. Number 79. All right, lot number 141, 2 1923 large size U.S. $1 silver certificates. 2 1923. Who'll give me a $100 bill to go for the pair? $100, but if 100, not quarter, 125, but if 125, but if 125, 125, 150, 175, now 200, but if it 2, but if it 2, but if it 2, but if it 2, 175, 200, 175, 200, where? But if it 2, but if it yet about 2, but if it 2, 175, 200, where? But if it 2, but if it 2, yet about 2, 2.25, but if it 2.25, 2.25, but if it 2.25, but if it 225, but if it 225, sold it over here, $200, number 18. $200, number 18. 142 is 19 American Silver Eagles. 19 American Silver Eagles right there, and he'll give me 500 to go. But if it's 5 to make it 5, make it 5. 400 where? But if it's 4 to make it 4, now 5. But if it's 5, now 6. But if I say, but if it's 6, 5, 6, 5.5. 5.5, now 600, 600, but if it's 600, 600, now half, but if it's 6.5, but if it's 6.5, 600 bid, 6.5, but if it's 6.5, where? But if it's 6.5, everybody see me, 6.5, and now 700, 6.5, 700, now 7.5, 7.5, and 7.5, but if it's 7.5, you're out, 7.5, but about 7.5, now 800, but if it's 8, but if it's 8, about 8, but if it's 8, 7.5, now 800, 7.5, 800, where? But if it's 8, about 8, but if it's 8, sold it back in the back at 750. But you have way back there in the corner, didn't you? That's what I was asking. 750. Okay. And it was him that I had. Okay. 52 at 750. And that was lot 142. Okay. Lot 143 is 149 miscellaneous tokens. 149 miscellaneous tokens. Well, give me 150 to go for all the tokens. 150, now 60, now 70, now 80, 180, but 180, 190, and now 200. 200, but if it's now 210, but if it's 210, 210, now 20, 220, but if it's not 30, but if it's 230, 240, 240, 250, 260, but if it's 260, 260, but if it's 260, 250, 260, 250, 260, but if it's 260, but if it's 260, sold it, $250, number 43, number 43. All right, 144 is a seated Liberty coinage, seated $50. Seated Liberty coinage, seated $50 right there. Who'll give me 150 to go? $100 bill, but 100, but 1, but make it 1, make it 100, not 10, 110, but 110, not 20, but 120, not 30, but 130, 130, but 130, not 40, but 140, 50, 50, 150, 140, 150, 140, 150, but 150, 150, but 150, might see me to 150, but 150, where, but 150, now 60, 160, now 70, 160, 170, but 170, 170, but 170, might see me to 170. 160, 70, 80, would have been 80, would have been 80, would have been 80, would have been 80 to 90, 190, would have been 180, 190, would have been 190. Sold him $180, number 11. Number 11. All right. Number 145 is 1987 China Gold Panda proof set. 1987 China Gold Panda proof set. He'll give me 2,500 to go. And now 3,000, but if it's 3,000, now 35, now 4,000, but if it's 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4, 37 and a half. 37 and a half, but about 37 and a half, 35, 7 and a half, but about 37 and a half. 35, 7 and a half, but about 37 and a half, but about 37 and a half. 37 and a half. Anybody else? 35, 7 and a half. Sold it. $3,500, number 2. Number 2. All right. Item number 146, 2 U.S. $20 gold coins. Right there, 2 U.S. $20 gold coins. How many dollars on? Who give me 2,500 to go? But if it's 25, and now 3,000. But if it's 3,000, now 35. But about 35, now 4,000. But if it's 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. 35 bid, 37 and a half. But about 37 and a half. 35 down here, 7 and a half. But about 37 and a half. But about 37 and a half. 37 and a half where? But if it's 37 and a half, now 4,000. But if it's 4 to make it a 4. 38, and now 39. 38, 39. 38, 39, but about 39, but if it's 39, 38, 39, but about 39, but if it's 38, 39, and now 4,000, but if it's 4, make it a even money. 4,000, now 41, 41, but if it's 41, but if it's 41, but if it's 41, 41. Anybody else 41? Sold them on the front row, $4,000, number 56. Number 56. 47. 34 Civil War tokens and store cards. 34 Civil War tokens and store cards right there. Who'll give me 300 to go? But if it's 3, where? 3, now 4, now 5, now 6, now 7, and now 8. Now 8. 7 in the back. I'm 7 behind you. 800. But if it's 800, now half. 8 and a half. But if it's 8 and a half. But if it's 8 and a half. But if it's 8 and a half. 8 bid 8 and a half. Now 900. But if it's 9. But if it's 9. But if it's 9. 8 and a half. Now 9. 8 and a half. 900 where? But if it's 9. But if it's 9. But if it's 9. Anybody see me at 9? But if it's 9. 8 and a half. 900 where? 8 and a half. 900 where? But if it's 9. But if it's 9. But if it's 9. About 9. But if it's 9. Sold it. $850. Number 32. 32. All right. Lot number 148. Assorted sterling items and others. Assorted sterling items and others right there. And who'll give me 200 to go? But if it's 2, but if it's 2, but if it's 2. 100 and a half. 150 where? But 150, 150, but 150 might see me $150. But 150, I got $100, 100 a quarter. 100 bid, 100 a quarter, but 100 a quarter, 100 a quarter, but 100 a quarter might see me 125. 100 bid, 125. Anybody else? 125. We're going to pass on that one. Okay, 149. Is 14-karat yellow gold pendant and necklace. 14-karat yellow gold pendant and necklace right there. And who'll give me a $1,000 bill to go? $1,000, now 1,100, but 11, you about 1,100 where, but 11 and 12, but 12, but 12, now 13. 1,300, but 13, 12, 13, but about 13, 13, but about 13. 12, 13 where, but 13, 13, but about 13, but 13, sold it, $1,200, number two. Number two. All right, 150, 18 karat stamped yellow gold diamond shaped link bracelet. Who give me 1,500 to go? Would it be 15, 16, 17, 18, would it be 18, 18, not 19, not 2,000, would it be 2,000, 21, 22, would it be 22, would it be 22, 21, 22, 22, 23, would it be 23, would it be 23, 22, 23, would it be 23, 22, 23, would it be 23, anybody see me at 23, 22, 23, anybody else? Y'all in all done? Sold it, $2,200, number 42, 42. All right, we're on lot 151. This one is something, what was the deal on this one, Jeff? It's not on the sheet here. There's 14 karat stamped yellow gold halo style ring. You did highlight it, but there's nothing on the sheet back there that's got it. I don't know what the deal is with it. Matt, do you know what that is? Here comes Ashton. Oh, it's on there. I thought we'd already sold both of them. Well, yeah. This is another one that has the cracked opal. Has the cracked opal. I thought I'd already sold both of them. So 151, 14 karat stamped yellow gold halo style ring. The opal is cracked. All right, right there. How many dollars on? Who give me 400 to go? But it be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. 2.5, now 3, and now half, 3.5, now 400. But it be 4.5, 4.5, but about 4.5, now 5, 4.5, now 5. But it be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5. Hit about 5. 4.5, 500 where? But it be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5. Hit about 5. But it be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5. Sold it, $450. Number 2. Number 2. All right. 152 is 3 electronically tested 18 karat white and yellow gold cocktail rings. Right there. 3 electronically tested 18 karat white and yellow gold cocktail rings. He'll give me 1,500 to go. Would it be 15? Where? But 12.5, but about 12.5, but it'd be 12.5. $1,000 bill, and now 1,200. $1,000 bill, 1,200. Now 11, now 12, but it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, 12, 11, 12. 11, 12, where? But it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, you know, about 12. Now 13, but it'd be 13. Now 14, but it'd be 14. 13, 14, but about 14, 14, but about 14, 13, 14, but about 14, yield about 14. Anybody want to see me at 1,400? But it'd be 14, 14, but about 1,400. What would 1,400 where? 1,400 where? But it'd be 1,400. 14, but it'd be 14, 14, but about 14, 13, 14. Sold him $1,300, number 42. 42. 153 is 3 stamped 14 to 18 karat yellow gold ladies cluster rings. Right there. How many dollars? Give me a $1,000 bill to go. $1,000, but it's 1,000, 7.5, but about 7.5, 7.5, but about 7.5. Anybody see me at 7.5? $600. $600, but if it's saying, but if you about 600 where, but if you about saying, but about saying, but if it's saying 600 where. Anybody want to see me at 600? 600 where on the gold cluster rings, 14 to 18 karat gold. $600. Anybody? We're going to have. I got 5. 600. 5, 600, but if you about saying, but about saying, but if it's 6, 5, 6, you about saying, but about saying 5, 6 where, but about you about saying, but about saying, but if it's 6. We're going to have to pass on that one, so. All right, 154. 153 is what it was. Takes 750. Okay, 154 is 4 stamped 18 to 22 karat yellow gold pendants. 4 stamped 18 to 22 yellow gold pendants. Who give me 400 to go? But if it's 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. 2.5, but about 2.5, 2.5 where? But if it's 2.5, at about 2.5, 3. 2.5, 300 where? But if it's 3, at about 3, but about 3, but if it's 3, at about 3.5, but if it's 3.5, but if it's 3.5, but about 3.5, now 400, 400. 3.5, 375, now 400, but if it's 400, 400. 375, back in the back. 375, 400 where? But it'd be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4, about 4, but about 4, 375, 400 where? 375, 400 where? But it'd be 4 and now a quarter, 4 and a quarter back in the back, but it'd be 4 and a quarter. 400 bid, 4 and a quarter, but it'd be 4 and a quarter. Everybody see me at 4 and a quarter. Sold it on the front row, $400, number 58. 58. All right, 155 is 4 electronically tested 14 to 18 karat pendants. Right there, 155. How many dollars on? Give me a $1,000 bill to go. $1,000, but if it's 1,000 where, but if it's 1,000, but if it's about 1,000, but if it's 1,000, 7.5, 800, 7.5, 800 where, but if it's about 8, but if it's 8, but if it's 8, it must be 800 where. 7.5, 800 where, but if it's about 8, but if it's 8, but if it's 8 to 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, 8, 9, 8, 9, but if it's 9. 8, 9 where, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, yield about 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, 8, 9, but if it's 9, yield about 9, but if it's 9. Anybody want to see me at 900? 8.5, 900, but if it's 8.5, 900, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 8, about 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, we'll pass on that one. 156 is 2 electronically tested 21, 22 karat yellow gold bangle style bracelets. Who give me $2,000 to go? 2, 3, 2, 21, but it'd be 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, but it'd be not 6, and now 7, 27, but now 8, now 9, 29, now 3,000, 3,000, 20, 3,000, now 31, 31, but it'd be 31, 31, but it'd be 31, 31, but it'd be 31, but it'd be 31, 31, but it'd be 31, 3,050, 31. 31, I think that was a yes. I think it might have had another explicit, but it 31, 31 and a half, but about 31 and a half, but about 31 and a half. Sold it, $3,100, number 2. Oh, let's see, 157. 14 karat yellow gold charm bracelet with 8 charms. 14 karat yellow gold charm bracelet with 8 charms. Give me a $1,000 bill to go. $1,000, but if it's 1,000, but if it's 1,000, 1,100, but if 11, but 11, but 11. 1,000 bid, 1,100 where, but if 11, now 12, but if it's 12, now 13, now 14, but if it's 14, 13 over here, 14, he's out. I took her at 12 and I come to you at 13. She's in at 12. 13, but about 13, 13, but about 13, now 14, but about 14, 14, but about 14. You're away at 1,300, 14, 13, 14, but about 14, 14, but about 14, and everybody see me at 1,400, 1,400. Sold it your way, 1,300, number 2. Number 2. 158 is a 10 karat gold diamond rings. 10 karat gold and diamond rings. Right there, and who give me a $1,000 bill to go? But if it's 1,000 where? But if it's 1,000, but 7.5, but about 7.5. 7.5 where? But if it's 7.5, 7.5, but about 7.5. Now 8, but if it's 8, but if it's 8 and 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9. 8, 9, but if it's 9, 8.5. 8.5, but if it's 8.5, but if it's 8.5, and about see me at 8.5. 8 bid, 8.5, but if it's 8.5, but if it's 8.5, and about see me at 8.5. 8.5, but about 8 bid, 8.5, but about 8.5, but if it's 8.5. Anybody else? 8.5. It's growing. Got to be 8 1/4. You're at 800. You need to be at 8 1/4. Okay, 8 1/4. Whoa, he had her at 8. I had her at 8, and I told her she had to buy it at 8 1/4. 36. We're on to 159. The 10 karat gold cross pendants and other. 10 karat gold cross pendants and other right there. Give me a $1,000 bill to go. $1,000, but if it's down 7.5, but about 7.5 where? But 7.5, no 800. 7.5, 800 where? But if it's 8, about 8.5, but if it's 8.5, now 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, 8.5 to 9. 8.5, 9 where? But if it's 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, if I see me at 900 where? But if it's 9, 8.5, 900 where? 8.5, 900 where? But if it's 9, but if it's 9, if I see me at 900 where? But if it's 9, but if it's 9, 8.5, 900. 8.5, 900. Anybody else? 8.5, 900. 875. 875. Does that do anybody any good? 875. You got to come up a little more. It's 885. You're at 8.5. 885 to 36. 885 to 36. Lot 160 is towel sterling flatware. Towel sterling flatware, lot number 160. Who give me 12 and a half to go? 12 and a half where? Now 13, now 14, 14, now 15, now 16, 15, 16, but about 16, 16, but about 16 where? But about 16, yield about 16. 15, 16, but about 16, 16, but about 1600 where? But about 1600 where? But about 15, 16. Anybody else? 15, 16. Sold it over here, $1,500, number 85, 85. All right, 161 is miscellaneous silver sets. Miscellaneous silver sets. Who give me 100 and a half to go? 150 where? But 150, 150, but 100 and a quarter. 100 and a quarter, but 120, 125, and now 50. 125, 50 where? But 150, 150, but 150, 125, 150. 125, 150 where? But 150, 150, but 150. Sold it. $125, number 2. Number 2. Got to turn. All right, item number 162 is 4 yellow gold necklaces. Give me a $10 bill. $10 bill, would have been 10, would have been yellow by 10, would have been 10, would have been 10, 7 and a half, and 8. 7 and a half, 8 where? Would have been 8, now 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, and 10, would have been 10, would have been 10, now 11, would have been 11, and 12, would have been 12, and now 13, would have been 13, 13, would have been 13, 13. That's what it is. 13, but about 13, 13, but about 13, 14, but about 14, 14, but about 14, 13 your way, 14, but about 14, 14. Huh? No. Top one. Yep. Yeah. So what? $1,000, 1,100, 1,100. Not 12, but a bit 12, but a bit 12. Not 13, but a bit 13, 13, but a bit 12, 13, but about 13, 13, but about 13. 12, 13, 12.25. Pretty short. 12.50, 12.50, and now 75, but about 12.75, but about 12.75, 12.75, 12.50, 75, but about 12.75, 12.75. Sold it, $1,250, number 2. I wonder. Yeah. No, it was $1,250. Yeah, it's $1,250. Tell Ashley that she needs to look at that. All right, lot 163. Lot 163 is 15 10-carat yellow gold miscellaneous pendants and charms. 15 10-carat yellow gold miscellaneous pendants and charms. He'll give me a $1,000 bill to go. $1,000 now 1,100. 1,100 but 11 but 11 yield by 11 but 11 but 11 1,000 1,100. 1,000 bid 1,100 but 11 but 11 11 1050 1,100 1050 1,100 1050 1,100 1050 1,100 but 11 but 11 yield by 11 but 11 1050 11. Sold it. $1,050 number 2. Paybacks are always rough. All right, 164 is 105 buffalo nickels in 2 Whitman holders. Partial sets. Partial sets. All right, right there. How many dollars on? Who give me 100 and a half to go? But 100 and a half where? $100 bill. But 100, but 125 back in the back. And now 50, 150, but 150. Now 75, but 175, but 175. 160, 170, 180, 180, 180, 180, but 180, but 180. 180, 190, but 190. Now 200, but a bit 2, but a bit 2, but a bit 2. 190, now 200, but a bit 2, but a bit 2, but a bit 2. 190 bid, 200 where? But a bit 2, yield about 2, but about 2, but a bit 2, but a bit 2, yield about 2, but a bit 2. Sold it. $190, number 54. 54. 165 is 74 mercury dimes. Huh? All right. 165 is 74 mercury dimes. All right. How many? Who give me 500 to go on all the dimes? $500, but it'd be fine to make it a 5, make it a 400, but it'd be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4, now 4.5, now 500, but it'd be 5, 5.5, but it'd be 5.5, but it'd be 5.5, 5.5, and now 600, but it'd be 600, 600, now 6.5, but it'd be 6.5, 6.5, 700, but it'd be 700.5, but it'd be 7.5, but it'd be 7.5, no 800, 7.5, 800, where, but it'd be 8, about 8, but it'd be 8, but it'd be 8, 7.5, 8.5, but it'd be 8.5, 8.5, and now 900, and now 9.5, but it'd be 9.5, 9.5, but it'd be 9.5, and now $1,000 bill, and now 1050, 1050, but it'd be 1050, 1050, but it'd be 1050, where, but it'd be 1050, 1050, 1,050, anybody want to see me at 1,050, but it'd be 1,050, but it'd be $1,050, $1,000 bid, 1050, where, sold it, $1,000 bill, number 8, number 8, 80, 80. All right, 166 is Barber and Roosevelt dimes in Whitman folders. Right there. How many dollars on? Who give me 200 to go? But it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2. 100 and a half, 100 and a half, and now 60, now 70, now 80, 180, 180, but 180, 180, now 90, 190, now 200, but it'd be 200, now 10, 210, 220, 230, 240, 240, 250, but it'd be 250, now 60, now 70, 270, but it'd be 270, 260, 270, but it'd be 270, 270, but it'd be 260, now 270, 260, now 270, but it'd be 270, 280, but it'd be 280, 290, now 300, but 3, now 10, 310, but it'd be 310, 320, now 30, but it'd be 330, now 40, but it'd be 340, 340, but it'd be 340, and now 50, 350, but it'd be 350, now 60, but it'd be 360, 360, but it'd be 360, but it'd be 360, now 70, but it'd be 370, 370, 360, 70, 360, 370, sold it, $360, number 82, 82. All right, 167 is sterling jewelry and other. 167 is sterling jewelry and other. Right there. How many dollars on? Who give me 200 to go? But it'd be 2, but it'd be 2. 150. 150 where? But 150, 150, but 150 where? But 150. I got 150, now 75. 150 bid, now 75. But 175, 175, but 175. What about see me 175? 175 where? But 175, 175. 150, 175, 150, 175, 160. Anybody want that? 160, 160, 160, but about 160, 150, 160. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 150, 160. It takes 178.50. You're 28.50. 178.50 to number 3. 178.50 to number 3. All right, 168. T-Stop VSO date automatic C-Star T12 calendar men's wristwatch. They can't give me this stuff I can't pronounce. T-Stop. You're lucky it got that close. It could have come out a lot worse. All right, right there, 168. Who give me a $100 bill to go? $100, but we aren't charging you for the show. $100, but about 100, but 1, but 75, but about 75, 75, but if it's 75, where? But about 75, $50. $50. Anybody? $50 where? But about 50, but about 50, but about 50 where? But about 50 now 60, 50 now 60, but about 60, but about 60 where? But if it's 60 now 70, sir. But if it's 70, but it's 70 back in the back. $70 where? But if it's 70, but if it's 70, but if it's 70, 60, 70, but if it's 70, 60, 70 where? But if it's 70, but if it's 70 on the watch. Anybody? 60, 70, 60, 70, but about 70, but about 70, but if it's 70 now 80, but if it's 80, but if it's 80, but if it's 80, 70, 80 where? But if it's 80, about 80, but if it's 80, but if it's 80, but if it's 80, but if it's 80, 70, 80. We got a pass. You can buy it for $93.75 if you want it. Not, we'll pass on it. 64? 64 for $93.75. 64, yes. All right, item number 169 is one electronically tested platinum ladies Edwardian 2-stone ring. One electronically tested platinum ladies Edwardian 2-stone ring Who give me $2,000 to go? 2,000 where? But if it 2, but if it 2. 1,500, but if it 15, 15, but about 15, that's 16. 15, 16, but if it's 17, but if it's 17, 17, but if 18, but if it 18, 18, but if it 18, not 19, not 2,000, but if it 2,000, 21, 22, but if it 22, 23, but if it 23, 24, 24, but if it 24, 23, 24, but if it 24, but if it 24, 23, 24, but if it 24, but if it 24, 23, 24, but if it 24. Anybody want to see me at 2,400? 2,400. Anybody else? 2324. Sold it. $2,300, number 42. 42. All right, lot number 170. 14 karat stamped yellow gold retro link bracelet. Retro link bracelet. 14 karat right there. How many dollars on? Who give me $2,000 to go? 2,000 where? 1,500 would have been 15, 15, now 16, now 17 would have been 17, now 18 would have been 18, 18 would have been 18, 17, 18 would have been 18, 18, now 19 would have been 9, 2,000 would have been 2,000, 2,000 would have been 2,000, 21, 21, 22 would have been 22, would have been 22, 21, 22, 21, 22, 23 would have been 23, 24 would have been, you say it, 23? 24, 24, but it'd be 24, but it'd be 23, 24, 23, 24, but it'd be 24. Anybody else? 24, 25, 25, but it'd be 25, but it'd be 24, 25, but it'd be 25, but it'd be 25, 24, 25. Sold it, $2,400, number 42, 42. Lot number 171, 14 karat yellow gold pear-shaped tennis style bracelet. 14 karat yellow gold pear-shaped tennis style bracelet right there. And how many dollars? Who give me 7.5 to go? 7.5, but about 7.5. 700, but if it's 700 where? But if it's 7, now 8 would have been 8, but if it's 8. 700 bids, 7, 800, but if it's 8, but 8 to 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, 8, 9, 8, 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, 8, 9, now $1,000 bill, $1,000 bill, but if it's 1,000, but if 1, make it a 1, make it a 1. Anybody see me at $1,000 bill? 900 bid, $1,000, now 1,100, 1,100 bid, 11, but 11, but 11,000 bid, 1,100, 1,000 bid, 1,100, but 11, but 11, yield about 11, but 11, but 11,000 bid, 1,100, but 11, but 11. And now 12, and now 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, 11, 12, but if it's 12, yield about 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, 13, but if it's 13, 13, 12 and a half, I'll walk. 12 and a half, I'll walk, 12.50. He won't talk to you tonight anyway, so 12.50. 1,200 bid, 12 and a half, but about 12 and a half, but about 1,300, but if it's through fire, 1,300, but if it's 13, 13, but about 13, 12 and a half, 1,300. 12 and a half, 1,300. You talk to me today, I guarantee he won't talk to you tonight. 12 and a half, 1,300. 12 and a half, 1,300, but if it's 13, 13, but about 13, but about 13. Sold it, 12 and a half, number 24. All right, 172. 172 is two 14 karat stamped yellow gold link bracelets. Two 14 karat yellow gold stamped yellow gold bracelets. He'll give me 1,500 to go for both of them. Now 16, 15, 16, but about 16 where? But about 16, 16, but about 16. 15, 16, but about 16, 16, but about 16 where? But about 16, 15, 16, but about 16. 15, 16. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 18, 19, would have been 19, 19, would have been 19, 18, 19, would have been 19, 18, 19, sold it, $1,800, number 36, number 36. 173 is beaded jewelry, right there. How many dollars on? Who give me a $100 bill to go on all the beaded jewelry? 100 bucks. 75, but around 75, 75, but around 75, but around 75, but around, see me at 75. 75. Anybody? 50 bucks. 50 bucks. Okay, we'll pass on that one. We're a ways off. So, all right, 174 is 8 gold pins. 8 gold pins. 174. All right, how many? Who give me a $1,000 bill to go? 1,000 bucks, but if it's 1,000, but if it's 1,000 where? But if it's 1,000, but if it's 1,000, now 1,100, but if it's 1,100, and now 1,200, but if it's 12, now 13, but if it's 13, now 14, now 15, now 16, 16, 17, 18, but if it's 18, 18, but if it's 18, 19, now 2,000, 2,000, 21, 21, 22, but if it's 22, but if it's 21, 22, 21, 22, but if it's 22, but if it's 22, sold him $2,100, number 42, 42. All right. 175, 14 karat stamped yellow gold and white gold man's 3-stone nugget ring. All right, 14 karat stamped yellow and white gold man's 3-stone nugget ring. He'll give me 500 to go. 500 where? But it'll be fine to make it divine, make it divine. 4.5. 4.5, but divine 4.5, 4.5 where? But it'll be 4.5, but it'll be 4.5, but divine see me at 4.5. $400. $400. Anybody? How five? 400 bid. 4.5, but about 4.5, but about 4.5, but about see me at 4.5. 4.5 where? But it'll be 4.5, but it'll be 4.5, but it'll be 4.5 where? But it'll be 4.5, but it'll be 4.5. 4 bid. 4.5. Anybody else? Y'all in all done. Got to go. 4.5. 4 bid. 4.5. Sold it. $400. Number 42. Number 42. All right. 176. One electronically tested 21 karat yellow gold double-headed 8 millimeter wide snake bracelet. Right there, and who give me 2,500 to go, but it'll be 25, 6, and now 7, now 8, and now 9, and now 3,000, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 34, 35, 34, 35, but about 35, but about 35, 34, 35, but about 35, gotta go, 35, sold it, $3,400, number 36. $36. Okay, and we're on to 177. 18 karat, 14 karat yellow gold charms and pendants. All right, who give me 12.5? But about 12.5, but it'll be 12.5. $1,000 bill, but it'll be 1,000, but it'll be 1,000, but it'll be 1,000 where? But it'll be 1,000, but it'll be 1,000. $1,000 bucks, but it'll be 1,000 where? But it'll be 1,000, now 1,100, but it'll be 11, but it'll be 11, yeah, about 1,100. 1,100 to 12, but it'll be 12, but it'll be 12, but it'll be 12 to 13, but it'll be 13, 13, but it'll be 13 back in the back, but it'll be 13. 12, 13, but it'll be 13, 13, but about 13, but about 1,300 where? But it'll be 13, but it'll be 13, but it'll be 1,300 where? 1,300 where? But it'll be 1,300, but it'll be 13, 13, but about 13, but it'll be 13, but it'll be 13. 12.5, 1,300. 12.5, 1,300. Anybody? 12.5, 1,300. Sold it. $1,250. Number 36. All right. 178 is 4 14 karat yellow gold necklaces. 4 14 karat yellow gold necklaces. You give me 12.5 to go. Would it be 12.5 where? Would it be 12.5, 12.5, would it be 12.5? $1,000 bill, now 11, now 12, now 13, 13, now 14, now 15, 15, 14.5, 15, 16, 16, but it was 15.5, 16, but about 16, 16, 15.5 your way, 16, 15.5, 16, but about 16, 16, but about 16, 15.5, 16, sold it your way, 15.5, number 2, number 2. All right. 179 is miscellaneous silver and other. Miscellaneous silver and other 179. Give me 100.5 to go on all the miscellaneous silver and other. 150, 100 a quarter. 100 a quarter where? But a 125, but a 125. Higher he is, 125, 140, 150, 125, 150 where? But a 150, 150, but a 150, 150, 160, but a 160, 170, 170, 170, 180, 180, 190, but a 190, now 200, now 210, but a bit 210, 210, but a bit 210, 200, 210, now 20, but a bit 220, 30, but a bit 230, 230, 220, 230, 220, 230, but a bit 230, 220, 30, but a bit 230. Sold it over here, $220, number 43. 43. 180 is 6 $1 notes. 6 $1 notes. He'll give me 2.5 to go. 2.5, 300, but it'd be 3.5, but it'd be 3.5. Now 400, 400, but it'd be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4, 3.5, 375. And now 400, and now 4.25, 4.25, 4.25, but it'd be 4.25, 4.25 where? But it'd be 4.25 by 4.25, 4.5, and now 75, 475, but about 475, but about 475, 4.5, 75, 500, 5.25, 5.25, 5.25, but it'd be 5.25, 5.25, but it'd be 5.25, 5.25, 5.5. 5.25, 5.5, and now 75, 575, but about 575, but about 575, but about 575, 600, 600, 6.25, 600, 6.25, but it'd be 600, 6.25, but it'd be 6.25. Sold it, $600, number 5. $600, number 5. Lot number 181, 121 U.S. $1 silver certificates. 121 silver certificates, $1 silver certificates. And he'll give me 300 to go. 300 where? But if it's 3, but he about 3, but about 3, but it's 2.5, but about 2.5, 2.5 where? But if it's 2.5, but about see me at 2.5. 2.5 where? But if it's 2.5, 2.5, but about 2.5, but about see me at 2.5. And now 300. 2.5, and now 300, 2.5, 275, now 300, but if 3, but if 3, but if 3, and now quarter, 3.25, 3.25, but if 3.25, but if 325, but about 325, but about 325, 325 where, but if 325, but about 325, but about 325, 325. Anybody want to see me at 325? 325. Anybody? Sir, it takes 318.75. Okay, so 318.75, and your number? 29. 318.75, 29. All right, lot number 182 is 2 U.S. large $1 notes. Right there, and who give me 200 to go? 200 where? But if it 2, and now 2.5, but if it 2.5, but about 2.5, 300, but if it 300, 300, 3.25, 3.5, but about 3.5, but about 3.5, 3.5, but 3.5, 375, but about 375, 3.5, 75, but about 375, now 400, but if it 4 to make it a 4, make it a yield about 4, 375, 400 where? But if it 4 to make it a 4, make it a yield about 4, but about 4, make it a 4, 375, 4, sold it, $375, number one, number one. Same thing again on $5 notes. 2 U.S. large size $5 notes right there. And who give me 2.5 to go again? Would it be 2.5 where? Would it be 2.5, 2.5, but it be 2.5, now 3. 2.5, 275, but about 275, but about 275, but about 275. 2.5, 75, but about 275, now 300, but it be 3, but it be about 3, but about 3, but it be 3. 275, 300 where? But it be 3, about 3, but about 3, but it be 3. Sold it, $275, number 56. 56. All right, number 184. 2 U.S. large notes. 2 U.S. large notes right there. Don't give me 200 to go. 200 where? But now 210. But if it's 210, 220. But if it's 220, 220, 230. But if it's 230, 230. But if it's 230, 230. But 230, 240, 250. But if it's 250, 250. But if it's 250. But if it's 250. Now 60. Now 60. Now 70. What if it's 270, 270. What if it's 270. What if it's 270. Now 80. Now 80. What if it's 280. Now 90. What if it's 290, 290. What if it's 290. What if it's 290. 290. Now 300. Now 10. 310. But if it's 310, 310. But if it's 310. 310. Now 20. But if it's 320. Now 30. But if it's 330, 330. But if it's 330. But if it's 330. 330 where? But if it's 330. Now 40. 340. 350. But if it's 350. 350. But if it's 350. 340. 350. 340. 350. 60. But if it's 360. Now 70. 370. What if it's 370. What if it's 370. 70. What if it's 370. And now 80. What if it's 380. 380. Now 90. 390. What if it's 390. 390. What if it's 390. What if it's 390. 400. 400. 390. 400. 390, 400, but if it's 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4, yield about 4, 390, now 4, sold it, $390, number one. Turn the page. Okay, lot number 185. Lot number 185. Is 16 U.S. $5 notes. 16 U.S. $5 notes. Took me 100.5 to go. 150, now 75, but 175, but 175, now 200, but if it 2, but if it 2, but if it about 2, but about 2, but if it 2. 2, and now 2.25, way in the back, 2.25, but if it 225, but about 225. 200, 225, but about 225. 210, that help you? 210, 210, 200, 210, but if it 210, 210. I'm there at 200. 210, but if it 210, 210, but if it 210. Sold them up here, $200, number 5. $200 to number 5. All right, lot number 186. 40 Engelhard 1 ounce 999 fine silver bars. Right there, 40 Engelhard 1 ounce 999s. Who give me a $1,000 bill to go? $1,000 bucks, but if it's 1,000 where? But if it's 1,100, I got it over here ahead of you. 1,000, 1,100, but 11, now 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, now 13, 13, but if it's now 14, but if it's 14, 14, but if I'm 14, 13, your way 14, 13, 14, but if I'm 14, 14, but if I'm 14, where? But if it's 14, 13, 14, now 15, 15, 14, 15, but if I'm 15, 15, but if I'm 15, 14, 15, but if I'm 15, 15, by 15, 14, 15, sold them $1,400, number 77. Number 77. 187 is 2 1/10 ounce American Gold Eagles. 2 1/10 ounce American Gold Eagles right there. And who give me 400 to go? But if it's 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4, 4 and a 5. find the negative value by 5. 4, 5 where? Would it be find the negative value, everybody see me 4.5, but about 4.5, 4.5, but about 4.5, everybody see me 4.5. 4 bid 4.5, but about 4.5, but about 4.5, 4.25, 4.5. And now 75, but about 475, but about 475. 4.5, 75, but about 475, but about 475. Sold at 4.5, number 2. Number 2. All right. Lot number 188 is U.S. $5 Series 1902 First National Bank of Brighton, Illinois. Right there, U.S. $5 Series 1902 First National Bank of Brighton, Illinois. And he'll give me $200 to go. 200, now 10, 210, but a bit 210, 210, now 20, now 30, now 40, now 50, now 60, back in the back, 260, now 70, 270, now 80, but a bit 280, 280, back in the back, and now 90, 290, now 300, but now 10, 310, 320, 330, 330, 340, 350, 350, 360, 370, 370, 380, 390, 400, 410, 410, 400, 410, now 20, now 30, 430, 430, but about 430, now 40, now 50, 450, but about 450, but about 450, now 60, now 70, 470, 480, 490, 490, but about 490, 490, but about 490, but 490, now 500, now 10, 510, but about 510, 20, but about 520, but about now 30, now 30, 530, but about 30, but about 520, 30, but about 30, but about 30, but about 520, 30. Sold him $520 to number 5. $520 to number 5. Lot number 189 is 4 large U.S. notes. 4 large U.S. notes. Who'll give me $200 to go? 200 where? But a bit 2 for the large note. Now 10, 210, but a bit 210, 210, but a bit 210, 220, 220, but a bit 220, 230, but a bit 230, 230, now 40, 240, now 50, 250, now 60, now 70, but a bit 270, now 80, now 90, 290, now 300, now 10, 310, but a bit 310, 310, but a bit 310, now 20, now 30, 330, but a bit 330, now 40, now 50, 350, but about 350, now 60, now 70, 370, but a bit 370, 370, but a bit 370, now 80, 380, 390 up front, now 400. I'm up front, now 410, and now 20, 420, 420 up front, 410, 420, you're in at 410, 420, 410, 420, but it'll be 420, 420, but it'll be 410, 420, 410, 420, you're out, 410, he's in at 410, 420, sold it, $410, number 5, number 5. Lot number 190. 3 1986 Canadian $100 gold coins. 3 1986 Canadian $100 gold coins. Will give me $2,000 to go. 2,000 where? 2, 21, but it'll be 21, 21, 22, now 3, 23, 24, 25, 25, 26, 27, but it'll be 27, 26, 27, but it'll be 27, but it'll be 27, 26, 27. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 26, 27. Sold them $2,600, number 2. Number 2. All right. Lot number 191 is Prestige Set and Others. Prestige Set and Others. Who give me a $100 bill to go? 100 where? But one, but make it one, make it one. 75, but about 75, 75, but about 75 where? But it was 75. Anybody want to see me at 75? I got 50, 75, and now 100, and now 100, but 100, but 175, 80, would have been 80, would have been 80, about 80, would have been 80, would have been 80. 75, 80 where? Would have been 80, about 80, would have been 80, would have been 80. Anybody see me at 80? Would have been 80, 75, 80. 75, 80 where? Would have been 80, would have been 80, would have been 80. Anybody see me at 80 bucks? We're going to pass, takes 104 1/4. Okay, 192 is 8 pocket watches. 192 is 8 pocket watches. Right there. How many dollars on? Who give me $100.50 to go on 8 pocket watches? 150, 100 1/4, 100 1/4, but 125, but 125, but $100 bill, 110, 100 bid, 110, bid 110, 110, 20, but 120, 120, but 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, but 120, 120, 125, but 125, but 125, and now 30, back in the back, but 130, 130, 130, 125, 130. 125, 130 where? But 130, but 130, but 130, 130, but 130, but 130, 125, 130, 130, cost you another 10 bucks, $135. Getting cheaper. 36 takes them at 135. 36 takes them at 135. Okay, item number 193, 5 Belgian pocket watches. 5 Belgian pocket watches. Who give me $300 to go? 300 where, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 2.5, but about 2.5, 2.5 where, but it'd be 2.5, but about see me at 2.5. 2.5 where, but it'd be 2.5. I got 200, 2.25, 2.5, but it'd be 2.5, but now 75, 275. You're out now, 275, and now 300, and now 3, but it'd be 3, but it'd be about 3, but about 3, but it'd be 275, 300 where, 275, 300 where, but it'd be 3, but it'd be about 3, but about 3, but it'd be 3, 275, 300 where, 275, 300 where, but it'd be 3, but it'd be about 3, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3, 275, 300, 275, 300, cost you another 10 bucks, 285. 36 at 285. All right, we got 194 is 401 foreign notes. 401 foreign notes. You'll give me 1,500 to go on all the notes. 1,500 where, but it'd be 15. 12.5, but about 12.5, but it'd be 12.5 where, but it'd be 12.5, but about see me at 12.5. 12.5, now 1,300, but it'd be 13, 13, but about 1,300 where, but it'd be 13, 13, but about 13. 12.5, 1,300 where, but it'd be 13, 13, but about 13, 13, but about 13. 12.5. 12.5, 1,300. 12.5, 1,300, but 13, 14, but about 14, 14, but about 14, 13, 14, but about 14, 14, but about 14, now 15. 14.5, 14.5, back in the back, 1,400, 14.5, but about 14.5, 14.5, but about 14.5. 1,400 bid, 14.5. Anybody want to see me at 14.5? 14.5. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 14.5. It takes $1,500, sir. $1,500 to number 85. $1,500 to number 85. All right, now 195 is an Engelhard 100 ounce. 100 ounce silver bar. Right there. Who give me $2,000 to go on 100 ounce? 2,000, 21, 22, 23, back in the back, 24. 24, 23, 24, but it'd be 24, but it'd be 24, 23, 24, but it'd be 24, everybody see me at 2,400. 23 way in the back, 2,400 where, but it'd be not 24, now 5, 25, now 26, but it'd be 26, and now 7, but it'd be 27, and now 28, but it'd be 28, now 29, but it'd be 29, 29, but it'd be now 3,000, 3,031, but it'd be 31, but it'd be 31, 3,031, but it'd be 31, but it'd be 31, everybody see me at 3,100, 3,000 bid, 31, anybody else? Got to go, 3,031. Sold it, $3,000, number 29. Number 29. All right. 196, 2 walking Liberty Head $half folders. 2 walking Liberty $half folders right there. And he'll give me $400 to go. 400 where? 3.5, but about 3.5, 3.5. Now 4, but it'd be 4 to make it a 4.5. 4.5, back in the back, but it'd be 4.5. And now 500, 500, now 5.5, now 600. Clear over by the post, Jeff. No, the other post. 5.5, 600. Your guy back there, he's in. 5.5, 600, 600. But it'd be there, but it'd be there. He's in a 5.5 back here, 600. 5.5, 600, but it'd be 600, 600, but it'd be 600. 5.5, 600. Anybody want to see me at 5.5, 600, but it'd be 600. 600. Sold it, $550, number 1. Number 1. 197 is 48 U.S. silver dollars. 48 U.S. silver dollars, 197. Who'll give me a $1,000 bill to go? $1,000 bucks, now 1,100. 1,100, but it'd be 11, now 12, but it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, now 13, now 14, but it'd be 14. 13, 14, but it'd be 14, 15, but about 15, 16, but about 16, 16, but about 16. 15, 16, 17, but it'd be 17, 17, but it'd be 17, sir, but it'd be 17, 16, 17. 16, 17, but it'd be 17, 17, but about 17. 16, 17. Sold it, $1,600, number 1. Number 1. 198. On 100 U.S. $2 red seal notes. 100 U.S. $2 red seal notes. And he'll give me 500 to go. 500 where? But it'd be 5 to make it about 400. But it'd be 4 to make it a 4. Make it about 4. I got 3.5, 400. And now half. But it'd be 4.5, 4.5. But it'd be 4.5 where? But it'd be 4.5. Everybody see me at 4.5. You're in at 400. Now 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, but it'd be 4 1/2, but it'd be 4 1/2, 4 1/2, and now 75. 475, but about 475, but about 475. 475 where? Would it be 475, but about 4 1/2, 75. 4 1/2, 75, but about 475, but about 475. 4 1/2, 75, but about 75, 75, but about 475. 475. Cost you $1.13, sir. They're $451.13. Number 5, 451.13. Number 5. All right, now we've got 684 mixed foreign coins and others. 684 mixed foreign coins and others. Who give me $400 to go? 400 where? Now 4 1/4. 4 1/4, 4 1/4, but it'd be 4 1/4 where? But it'd be 4 1/4, you'll buy 4 1/4. 400 bid, 4 1/4 where? But it'd be 4 1/4. Anybody see me at 4 1/4? But it'd be 425. 425 where? But it'd be 425, but about 25, 25, but it'd be 425. Sold them. $400, number 85. Okay, lot number 200 is 1988 American Eagle Gold Bullion Coins Proof Set. Proof set. Right there, 1988 American Eagle Gold Bullion Coins Proof Set. He'll give me $4,000 to go. 4,000 where? Would it be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. 3,500, 35, now 37.5, but about 37.5, 37.5, but about 37.5. Now 4,000, but it'd be 4 to 42.5, but about 42.5. 42.5 where? Would it be 42.5, but about 42.5, but about 42.5. 4,000 bid, 42.5, but about 42.5. Sold it, $4,000 to number 2. To number 2. 2001 or 201 is U.S. national currency and other. U.S. national currency and other, and he'll give me $300 to go. $300 bucks, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3, 2.5, but about 2.5, 2.5 where? But it'd be 2.5, but about 2.5, 300. 2.5, 300, 275, but about 275. Now 300, but it'd be 3, but it'd be about 3. 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3.5, but it's 75, 400. 375, 400. Back over here, now 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4.5, but about 4.5, but about 4.5, but about 4.5, 475, 500. 500 where? But it'd be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5. You'd about 5, but it'd be 5 1/4, 5 1/4, 5.5, 5 1/4, 5.5, but it'd be 5 1/4, 5.5. 5 1/4, 5.5, 75. Now 600, but it'd be saying, but you'd about 6 1/4, 6 1/4, 6.5. 6.5, but about 6.5, 6.5, but about 6.5, 6.5. 6.5, 75. 675, but about 675. 6.5, 75. Sold it, $650, number 1. Number 1. All right. Number 202 is Engelhard Silver and Other. Engelhard Silver and Other. Who give me a $1,000 bill to go? $1,000 bucks, but it'd be 1,000, but it'd be 1,000, 7.5, but about 7.5 where? 7.5, now 800, and now half, 8.5, but it'd be 8.5, now 900, and now 9.5, and now $1,000 bill. 9.5, $1,000 bill, but it'd be 1,000, but it'd be 1,000, now 1050, 1,100, and now 1,200, but it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, 11.5 to 1,200. 11.5, 1,200 where? But it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, 11.5, 1,200 where? But it'd be 12, but it'd be 12. 11.5, 1,200 where? But it'd be 11.5, 1,200. 11.5, 1,200. Sold it, $1,150, number 43. 43. All right, 203 is 19 U.S. Bicentennial 3-piece 40% silver sets. 19 Bicentennial silver sets, 40%. He'll give me 300 to go. 300 where? But it'd be 3, but it'd be about 3, but about 3, but 2.5, but about 2.5. 2.5 where? But it'd be 2.5, and now 75, but about 275, but about 275. 275 back in the back, but it'd be 275. 300, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 3, but it'd be 285. 285, but about 285, but it'd be 285. 285 back in the back, 285, but about 285, but about 285. 285, but about 285, but about 285, but it'd be 285. 285 on the silver sets, 285. Anybody? 285, but about 285, 275, 285, but it'd be 285. 285. Takes 282.50. He doesn't want it in the back. Do you want it at 282.50? Huh? 282.75. If you want it, he doesn't want it back there. You don't want it, we'll pass on it. We're going to pass on it. Okay, 204 is 265 Washington quarters. 265 Washington quarters. All right, how many dollars on? Who give me a $1,000 bill to go? $1,000, 7.5, but it's 7.5, now 800, now 9, now half, 9.5, but it's 9.5, now $1,000 bill, now 10.50, 1,100, but it's 11, but it's 11, yellow by 10.50, 1,100, 10.50, 1,100, now 12.5, but it's 11.5, now 1,200, but it's 12, but it's 12, but it's 12.5, 12.5, but it's 12.5, but it's 12.5, 12.5, now 1,300, but it's 13, 13, but it's 13, 12.5, 12.75, 1,300. 1,300, 13 and a quarter, 13 and a half, 13 and a half, but about 13 and a half, 13 and a half, 75, but about 1,400, but about 14, 14, 14 and a quarter, 14 and a quarter, 1,400 bid, 14 and a quarter, 1,400 bid, 14 and a quarter, bid, 14 and a quarter, sold at $1,400, number 54, 54. All right, 205 is a Michael Jordan basketball card collection containing 46 various cards. Containing 46 various cards of Michael Jordan card collection right there, and they'll give me a $100 bill to go. $100. And now 110, but 110, 110, but about 110, now 20, 120, 120, but about 120, 30. 130 back in the back, but about 130, but 120, 130. Now 40, 140, but about 140, 140, but about 140, now 50, but about 150, but about 150, 150, 160, now 60. 160, but 160, now 70, 170, 170, but about 170, 160, 170, 160, 170. Sold it, $160, number 51. 51, all right. 206, lot 206 is 19 U.S. proof and mint sets and other. And other. Who give me 150 to go for all of it? 150 where? But about 150, 150. $100 bill, but about 100 a quarter, 100 a quarter, 100 and a half, but about 100 and a half, 100 and a half, but about 100 and a half, 100, 175, now 200, now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 75, but about 275, about 275. 250 bid, 275, but about 275, but about 250, 75, 250 bid, 75, 250 bid, 75, 250 bid, 75, but about 75. Sold it, $250, number 1. Huh? Oh, I thought that's who Jeff had. Okay, I've got a tie bid. Just you two is the only thing that can bid. What was the thing? He's 250. You have to be 260. You'd have to be 270. Tie bid, just you two. He had one and I had the other one. Sorry about that. It happens sometimes. He had one guy and I had another one. Buyer number 10, $260. Okay, now 207. 207 is comic books and other. Give me a $50 bill to go. 50 where? But about 50, but about 50. Now 60, but about 60, 50, 60 where? But about 60, but about 60. 55, 50 bid, 55, but about 55. Now 60 back in the back, but about 60, but about 60, sir, but about 60. Now 5, 65, but about 65, 65, but about 65, but about 65, 65, but about 65. 60 bid, 65, but about 65, but about 65. Now 70, now 70, what about 70, what about 70, 65, 70, what about 70, yellow by 70, what about 70. Sold it, $65, number 79, 79. 208, 11 baseball cards. 11 baseball cards. Who give me a $50 bill to go for the baseball card? $50, but about $40, but about 40, but about 40 where? But about 40, but about 40. $40 where? But about 40. 11 baseball cards, $40. Anybody interested? $40. $40. Anybody? 40, right over there, 40. Now 45. I got 40, I need 45. Got 40, I need 45. Anybody? It takes 45, sir. He's the one I had the 40 from. I wasn't, it's behind him. Yeah, so I got 45, now 50. Sold it, $45, number 53. All right, 209, approximately 792 1984 Topps baseball cards. Approximately. Right there. How many dollars on? Who give me a $100 bill to go on the baseball cards? $100. 100 where? But 100, now 10, 110, 110, but 110, but 110, 110, about see me 110. 100 bid 110, but 110, 120, 120, 120, but 120, but 120, 120, 130, 120, 130, 140, 150, 150, 160, 160, 170, 170, 180, 190, 190, but 190, now 200, but a bit 2, now 10, but a bit 210, 210, but a bit 210, 210, and now 20, and now 30, 230, but a bit 230, 230, but a bit 230, 230, but a bit 230. Sold it, $220, number 53. Number 53. Lot 210 is approximately 523 cards. Give me a $100 bill to go on them. $100, but if 100 where? But about 10, 110, 110, but about 110, about see me 110. 110 on the baseball card, 500 baseball cards, 110, 110, 120, 110, 120, 130, back in the back, 130, 140, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, now 200, now 210, but a bit 210, 210, but a bit 210, 210, 220, 230, 230, but 230, 240, 250, 250, but about 250, now 60, 260, now 70, 270, 280, 280, 290, 290, and now 300, and now 300, and now 310, 310, but about 10, but a bit 10, but a bit 10, 310, 20, but a bit 320, 330, 330, but a bit 330, 330, but a bit 330, 340, 350, but about 350, 350, now 60, 360, now 70, 370, 380, 390, 390, but a bit 390, 390, but 390, 400, 410, 410, 410, but about 410, 410, but a bit 410, 410, gotta go, 410, sold them, $400, number 53, 53. All right, 211 is 8 1-ounce silver eagles, 999 fine silver. 8 1-ounce silver eagles right there, and he'll give me $200 to go. 2, now 225, 250, 275, 275, but about 275, but about 250, now 75, but about 275, now 300, now 10, 325, now 30, 350, 325, 350 where, but about 350, 350, but about 350, 3.5 where, but about 3.5, but about see me at 3.5, 3.25, 3.5, but about 3.5, but about see me at 3.5, 3.25, 3.5, sold it, $325, number 77. $325, number 77. All right. 212, 9 U.S. large cents. 9 U.S. large cents. He'll give me a $100 bill to go. $100, but about 175, but about 75, 75, now 80, now 90, now 90, now 100, but about 100, but 1, but make it 1 to 10, but 110, 120, 120, 130, 140, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 210, 220, 220, back in the back, 220, 210, 220, but a bit 220, 220, but a bit 220, 210, 220. Sold it, $210, number 79. $210, number 79. All right, 213 is 4 unused $20 broken banknotes. 4 unused $20 broken banknotes. He'll give me a $100 bill to go. $100, but about 100 where, but one, but make it 175, but about 75, 75, now 100, 75, and now 100, now 100 and a quarter, 110, 110, but 110, 110, but about 20, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 210, 220, 210, 220, but a bit 220, 220, but a bit 220, 210, 220, but a bit 220, 210, 220. Sold it, $210, number 29. 29. Okay, now we're 214 is 2 gold necklaces. 214, we've got 2 gold necklaces right there. How many dollars? He'll give me a $1,000 bill to go for the 2 gold necklaces. $1,000, but if it's 7.5, but if it's 7.5, now 800, now 900, now $1,000 bill, but if it's 1,000, but if it's 9,000, now 1,100, 1,100. And now 1,200, but a bit 12, but a bit 12, 11 on the front row, 12, 13, 12, 13, but a bit 13, 13, but a bit 13, 12, 13, 12, 1,300 where, but a bit 13, 13, but about 13, but a bit 13, 12, 13, but about 13. Sold it, $1,200 your way, number 2. Number 2. Number 215, lot 215 is 14 karat stamped yellow gold bracelet. 215, 14 karat. Who'll give me 400 to go? 400 where? Now 5, but it'd be fine to make it a 5, make it a 5. Hit about 5, but it'd be fine, make it a 5, make it a 5, and about, you made 4.5. 4.5, now 500. 4.5, 500, but it'd be fine to make it a 5, make it a 5. Hit about 5, 4.5, 475. He cut you, I'll let you cut him. 475. 4.5, 75, but about 475, but about 475. 4.5, 75, but about 475, but about 475. 475, sold it. $450, number 36. Number 36. All right, 216, gold pendant and charm. Gold pendant and charm. Who'll give me 3.5 to go? But it'd be 3.5 where? But it'd be 3.5, 3.5, but it'd be 3.5. $300, but it'd be 3 now to half, now 400, now half. 4.5, but it'd be 4.5, now 500, but it'd be fine to make it a 5, make it a 5, you hit about 5. 4.5, 500 where? But it'd be fine to make it a 5, make it a 5, you hit about 5, but it'd be 5, 4.5, now 5, but it'd be 5. 4.5, 5, sold it. $450. I don't know. Okay, so, but I don't remember. Well, back it up, $400 and going over. 400, because I don't remember where I was at on the backup better. $400, but it'd be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4. Everybody see me at 400. We're going to go with, because we was at least 475. I got 400, 4.25. 400, 4.25, but it'd be 4.25, 4.25, but it'd be 4.25. 4.25, but it'd be 4.25. Jeff thought he had somebody back in the back. 4.25, but it'd be 425, but about 425. Everybody see me at 425. 425. Which number? 216. 425. Anybody else? $400. Anybody want to see me at 4.25? Sold it. $400, number 2. All right. 217. 217 is platinum stamped ladies cast engagement ring. Platinum stamped ladies cast engagement ring. Right there. How many dollars on? Who give me a $1,000 bill to go? $1,000, but it's 1,000, 7.5, but about 7.5, 7.5 where? But it's 7.5 now 8. 7.5, 8, now 8.5, but it's 8.5, but it's 8.5, back in the back, but it's 8.5, now 9, now 9, now 9.5, but it's 9.5, but it's 9.5, 9.5, now $1,000 bill, now 10.50, but it's 10.50, 10.50, 1,100, 1,100, but it's 11, but it's 11, you hit about 11, but it's 11, but it's 11, then 10.50, 1,100. 10.50, 1,100, 11.5, but it'd be 11.5, but it'd be 11.5, and now 12, but it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, 11.5, now 12, but it'd be 12, 11.5, 1,200 where, but it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, 11.5, 12, sold it your way, $1,150, number 42, $1,150, number 42. $218. 14 karat stamped yellow and white gold ladies engagement ring and wedding band. Right there. And who give me a $1,000 bill to go? $1,000, but it'd be 1,000 where? But it'd be 1,000, 7.5, but about 7.5, and everybody see me at 7.5. 7.5 where? But it'd be $600. 600, but it'd be 600, but it'd be yield by 600 where? But it'd be yield by saying, but about 6. 600 where? But it'd be yield by saying, but about saying, but it'd be yield by see me at 600. 600, anybody? 600. We'll pass on that one. Okay. $14 karat yellow gold cami bangle style 17 jewel wristwatch. 14 karat yellow gold cami bangle style 17 jewel wristwatch. $1,000 bill. Who give me 1,000 to go? But it'd be 1,000 where? 1,100. But it'd be 11, but it'd be 11, 11.5. But it'd be 11.5, 11.5. But it'd be 11.5 to 1,200. 1,200. But it'd be 12. But it'd be 12. But it'd be 12. 11.5. 1,200 where? 11.5. 1,200 where? But it'd be 11.5 on the front row. 1,200 where? 11.5. 1,200 where? But it'd be 12. But it'd be 12. But it'd be 12. But it'd be 12. 11.5. 1,200. 11.5. 1,200 where? But it'd be 12. But it'd be about 12. But it'd be on 12. But it'd be 12. Sold it. $1,150. 36. $1,150. 36. Lot 220, 6 electronically tested 21, 22 karat yellow chain bracelets. 6 electronically tested 21, 22 karat yellow chain bracelets. Right there. Who give me 2,000 to go? Would it be 2? Would it be 2? Would it be 2? 1,500. Would it be 15, 16, 17, 17, 18, 19. Would it be 19? 2,000, 21. 21, now 22, but it'd be 22, 23, 24, but it'd be not 25, but it'd be 25, 24, 25, 24, 25, but about 25, but it'd be 25, 25, but about 25, but about 25, 25, sold it, $2,400, number 36, $2,400, number 36. All right, 221, 4 electronically tested 18 to 21 karat yellow gold combination cast and die struck Asian pendants and chains. Right there. How many dollars on it? Who give me 1,500 to go? But it'd be 15, 15, but about 15, 12 and a half. 12 and a half where? But it'd be 12 and a half, but it'd be 12 and a half, but about see me at 12 and a half. 12 and a half. $1,000. And now 1,100, and now 12, and now 13, and now 14, 13, 14, 15, 14, 15, but about 15, 15, but about 15, but about 15, 14, 15, but about 15, 14, 15, but about 15, 14, 15. Anybody else? Sold it. $1,400, number 56. 56. 222 is 2 electronically tested 21, 22 karat yellow gold combination cast and die struck coin and chain bracelets. Right there. And who give me 12 and a half to go? 12 and a half where? Would it be 12 and a half, now 13, but about 13, now half, 13 and a half, 13 and a half, 14 and a half, 14 and a half, now 15, now 15 and a half, 15 and a half, 1,500 bid, 15 and a half, but about 15 and a half, 15 and a half, but about 15 and a half, 1,500 bid, 15 and a half, but about 15 and a half, but about, see me at 15 and a half, sold it, $1,500, number 36, $1,500, number 36. 223 is 4 18 to 24 karat yellow gold pendants and chains. 4 18 to 24 yellow gold pendants and chains. Who give me 1,500 to go? 15 where? But it'd be 15, 12 and a half, but about 12 and a half, 12 and a half where? But now 13, 12 and a half, 13, but about 13, 13, but about 13 where? But about 13, 12 and a half, 13 where? But about 13, 13, but about 13, 13, now half, 13 and a half, now 14, 14, 13 and a half, 14 where? But it'd be 14, 14, but about 14, 13 and a half, 14 where? But it'd be 14, 14, but it'd be 14, 13 and a half, 14 where? But about 14, but I'm 14, 13 and a half, 14. Anybody else? Sold it, $1,350, number 36. $1,350, number 36. All right. 224 is 2 stamped 21 to 24 karat yellow gold machine-made chain necklaces. Right there. Who give me 7.5 to go for the necklaces? 7.5, but about 7.5, 7.5, $600. 600, now 7, and now 8, and now 9, and now 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, 8, 9, 8, 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, 8, 9, would have been 9. 8, 9 where? Would have been 9, would have been about 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, 8, 9, 8, 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, 8, 9, would have been 9, 8, 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, 8, 9, would have been 9. Sold it your way, $800, number. Number what? 2. Number 2. Okay, 225. 2 14 to 18 karat stamped yellow gold wide rings. 2 14 to 18 karat stamped yellow gold wide rings. Who give me a $1,000 bill to go? $1,000, would have been 1,000, would have been 1,000, 7.5, but about 7.5, now 800, 7.5, 800 and a half, but 8.5, now 900 and a half, would have been 9.5, now $1,000, now 1,050, 1,100, 11.5, now 1,200. 11.5, 1,200, but it'd be 11.5 to 12, but it'd be 12, but it'd be 12, 11.5, 12, and now half, but it'd be 12.5, 12.5, but it'd be 12.5. 12 bid, 12.5, but it'd be 12.5, but about 12.5, but about 12.5, but about see me at 12.5. 12 bid, 12.5. Sold it way in the back, $1,200, number 64. 64. 226 is a 14 karat stamped yellow gold Bloom and Mercer oval-shaped wristwatch. 14 karat stamped yellow gold wristwatch right there, and who give me 2.5 to go? 2.5 where? But it'd be 2.5, 3, but it'd be 3, but it'd be about 3.5, but it'd be 3.5, now 400, a 400, but it'd be 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4, 3.5, and a 4. 3.5, 400 where? But it'd be 4 to make it a 4, 5, but it'd be 4.5, now 5, but it'd be 5 to make it a 5, 4.5, and a 5. 4.5, 500 where? But it'd be 5 to make it a 5, make it a 5, hit about 5, but it'd be 5, 4.5, and a 5, but it'd be 5. Sold it, $450, number 36. $450, number 36. 227. 227, 18 karat to 21 karat electronically tested yellow gold chains and pendants. Right there. How many dollars on? Who give me a $1,000 bill to go? $1,000 would have been down where? Would have been down, would have been 800, would have been 8, would have been about 8, would have been 8, would have been 8, would have been 8. 8, no, 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, be 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, 8, 9, 8, 9, would have been 9. 8, 9, where? Would have been 9, would have been 9, would have been 9, where? Would have been 9, 8, 9, would have been 9, back in the back, now $1,000 bill. $1,000 bill would have been 1,000, 9 back in the back. $1,000 bill would have been 1,000, would have been 1,000, would have been 1, would have make it a 1, make it a 1. Anybody see me the $1,000 bill? $1,000 bill. Okay, we're going to pass on that one because we're a long ways off of it. What was that? 1050 is what it takes if you want it. No. Okay, 228, 21 karat to 22 karat, electronically tested, yellow gold, machine-made pendants and chains. You give me 1,500 to go. 15 where? 15, 16, but it been 16, 17, 18, 19, now 2,000, but now 21, now 22, 23, 22, 23, but it been 23, but it been 23, 22, 23, but it been 23, 22, 23, but it been 23. 21, you're still in. He didn't bid, he says. $21, $22, but it be $22, but it be $21, $22, but it be $22. Anybody see me at $22? Sold it. $2,100, number 36. Number 36. Okay, 229 is 10 karat, electronically tested, yellow gold, machine-made chain. Give me 1,500 to go. 15 where? But about 15, 15, but about 15. 12 and a half, but about 12 and a half. Now 13, but about 13, 13. Now 14. Now 15, but about 15. Now 16, but about 16, 16. Now 17, 17. Now 18. Now 19, but about 19. Now 2,000, but about 2,000, but about 2,000. Your way, 1,900. Now 2,000. 1,900. 2,000 where? But about 2, but about 2. You love 2, but about 2, but about 2, but about 2. Sold it your way, 1,900. Number 42. Number 42. Lot 230, 25 1 ounce 999 fine silver rounds. 25 of them. He'll give me $500 to go. 500 where? Would have been 5. Now 6, but it's 6, and now 7, would have been 7, now 8, would have been 8, would have been 8, would have been 8. 7, 8 where? You about 8, would have been 8, would have been 8. Anybody see me at 800 where? Would have been 8. Now 9, would have been 9, now would 9. 8, 9 would have been 9, would have been 9, would have been 9. 8, 9, 8, 9 would have been 9, would have been 9. 8, 9 would have been 9. You about 9. 8, 9 where? Would have been 8 and a half. Does that help anybody? 8 and a half, would have been 8 and a half, would have been 8 and a half, 8, but 8 and a half, would have been 8 and a half. Sold it. $800, number 44. $800, number 44. Got to turn the page. All right. Lot number 231. I'll think about that. May change my mind. We'll see. Lot 231, 1892 and 93 Chicago World's Fair items. 1892 and 93. Who'll give me $300 to go on all the World Fair items? $300, 2.5, but about 2.5, 2.5. Where? But it'd be 2.5, 2.5. Everybody see me at 2.5. 2.5, 300, but it'd be 300, 3.25, but it'd be 3.25, 3.25, but it's 3.25, 3.5. And now 75, now 400, now 4.5, now 500, now 5.5, now 600. 5 and 600, 6.5, now 700. 6.5, 700, but it'd be 7, but it'd be 7. Yield by 7, but it'd be 7. 6.5, 700, but it'd be 7. 6.5, 7. Sold it, $650, number 58. Number 58. 232, 77 mounted U.S. airmail stamps, 1918 to 1961. 77 mounted U.S. air stamps right there. Who'll give me $200 to go for all the stamps? $200, but about 2, 2, 2, but about 2. 100 and a half. 100 and a half, but about 100 and a half, but about 100 and a half. Everybody see me at 100 and a half. 100 and a half. Anybody interested for 150? 150 where? But 150, 150, but about 150. Everybody see me at 100 and a half. 100 and a half. We're going to pass on them. Okay, 233 is 192 mounted U.S. commemorative and regular issue stamps. Right there. Who give me a $50 bill to go? 50 bucks on all the stamps. 50 bucks, but about 50 where? But about 50 now 60. 50 now 60, but about 55 now 60, but about 60 now 5. 65, but about 65. 65, but about 65. 60 bid 65, but about 65. 65, but about 65, but about 65. Sold it. 60 bucks to number 57. 60 bucks to number 57. 234 is 280 mounted U.S. regular issue stamps. 280 mounted regular issue stamps. So give me 40 bucks to go. 40 where? But it'd be 40, about 40, but about 40. 25, 25, 30, but it'd be 30, but it'd be 30. Now 5, 35, now 40, but it'd be 40, 40. Now 5, 45, but about 45. 45, but about 45, but about 45, but about 45. 45, but about 45, 45, but about 45. 40 bid, 45, but about 45, but about 45, and about see me at 45. 45, anybody else? 45. Takes 48.75, sir. 48.75, number 57. 48.75, number 57. Lot number 235 is 88 postal covers. Can't pronounce it, you skip it. What is it? That's what I was going to say. All right, lot number 235 on the 88 cachet postal coverings. Who'll give me 50 bucks to go? 50 where? But about 50, but about 50. 40 bucks, but about 40, but about 40. 30 bucks. $30. Anybody? But it'd be 30, but it'd be about 30, but about 30, but it'd be 30. Where? But it'd be 30, about 30, but it'd be 30. 30 bucks. We're going to pass. We're too far away. All right. 236 is 1,169 approximate U.S. postage stamps. 1,169 approximate. Who give me a $100 bill to go? 100 bucks, but about 100 where? But one, but make it a one, make it a one. You'll see me a $100 bill. 75, but about 75, 75, but about 75, but about 75, 75, but about 75. We'll pass on those. 237 is approximately 64 pieces of miscellaneous costume jewelry. Who give me 200 to go on all the costume jewelry? 200, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2. 100 and a half, but about 100 and a half, but about 100 and a half, but about 100 and a half. 150 where? But about 150, but 150, 150, 150, but about 150, 150, but 150, now 75. And now 2, and now 2, and now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, but it'd be 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter. 200 bid, 2 and a quarter, but it'd be 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter. Gotta go, 2 and a quarter. Sold it up front, $200, number 36. $200, number 36. 238 is approximately 251 pieces of miscellaneous pieces of costume jewelry. Who'll give me 2.5 to go on all that? 200 bucks, but it'd be 2, but it'd be about 2, but about 2, but it'd be about 200 where? But it'd be 2, but it'd be 2, but it'd be 2. 175, 200, but it'd be 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, now 75, but about 275. 275, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 375, 400, 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter. Sold them up front, $400, number 36. Number 36. 239. 3 Franklin Mint Norman Rockwell solid sterling Christmas plates. Solid sterling Christmas plates. Norman Rockwell, 3 Franklin Mints. Right there. Who'll give me $300 to go for the sterling silver plates? 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, but it'd be 3 and a half, but it'd be 3 and a half, but about 3 and a half. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and now 75, but about 375, 350, 75, but about 375. 350 bid, 75, but about 375, 75, but about 375, but about 375. Sold him $350, number 87. Number 87. Lot 240. Lot 240. 3 $2.50 Indian head gold coins. 3 $2.50 Indian head coins. Who give me $1,000 to go? 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,200. Now 13, 14, 15. 14, 15, but about 15, 15. Now 16, but about 16. 16, 16, 16, but about 16. 15, 16, but about 1,600. 15, 16, but about 16, 16, but about 1,600. 15, 1600. Anybody else? Y'all in all done? 15, 16, 15 and a half. Never thought of that. Now 1600. 1600, sir. And now half, 16 and a half. 16 and a half. Yes, 16 and a half. You started. Don't quit. 16 and a half. 16 and a half. Got to go. 16 and a half. 1700. 1700. 1700. Anybody? 16 and a half, 17. Sold it. $1,650. Number 74. Number 74. Is that all of them? That's... Folks, we're going to try something different this year. Don't run off when I get to lot 250. I'm going to run back through real quick everything that we passed on. See if there's anything, anybody that maybe didn't get something and now you're interested. So set tight. When we get past the 250 and get done, we won't waste a lot of time. We're just going to run back through them and see if there's anything that anybody might be interested in. Okay, so we're on lot 241, marked sterling flatware. Marked sterling flatware. Right there. How many dollars on? Who give me 2.5 to go? 2.5, and now 300, but if 3, but if about 3, but about 3, but if 3, 2.5, and a 3.5, 3.5, but about 3.5, but about 3.5, 3 bid 3.5, but about 3.5, but about 3.5, 3.5, but about 3.5, yield about 3.5, 3 bid 3.25. Anybody? 3.25, 3.25, but 3.25, 3.5, 3 or 300, 3.25, 300, 3.25. Sold it. $300. Number 43, 43. Number 242 is 48 Morgan silver dollars. 48 Morgan silver dollars. Who give me a $1,000 bill to go? $1,000 bucks, 1,100. But if it's 11, but if 11, you hit about 11. But if 1,100, where? But if 11 to 12. But if it's 12, but if 12 and 13. 13, but about 13, 13, but about 13, 12, 13, 14, 14, my way, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16, 17. 17, but about 17, 17, but about 17, 16, 17, 16, 17, but about 17, 16, 17. Sold it. $1,600. Number 43, 43. All right, lot number 243 is 24-piece silver dollars. 24-piece silver dollars right there, and he'll give me $500 to go. 500, 600, 5, 6, but if I see it'll buy 600, where? But if it'll buy say 6 and 7, but if it's 7 and 8, and 8 and 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, 8, 9, but if it's 9, 8, 9, where? But if it's 9, but if it's 9, it'll buy 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, 8, 9, 8, 9, but if it's 9, but if it's 9, sold him $800. Number 29, number 29. All right, lot number 244, Washington Quarter Collection in Whitman folders. Washington Quarter Collection in Whitman folders right there. And he'll give me 300 to go. But if it's 300, where? But if it's 3.5, but if it's 3.5, but about 3.5. 3.5, now 75, but about 375. Now 400, but if it's 4 to make it a 4, make it a 4, yield about 4. 375, 400, but if it's 4. Now quarter, 4.25, 4.25. 400 bid, 4.25. Anybody want to see me at 4.25? 4.25. Sold it. $400. Number 56. Number 56. All right, what do we got? We're on 245. 245. 6 special mint sets and other. 6 special mint sets and other. Who give me a $100 bill to go? $100, but about 100 where? But one, but make it a 1, make it a 1. Anybody want it for a $100 bill? 75, but about 75, 75, but about 75 where on the mint set? 6 special mint sets and others. $100 bill now. 75, 75, and now 100. 75, 100, but it'd be 100, but it'd be 75, 80, now 90, would have been 90, would have been 90, would have been 90, 80, 90, would have been 90, 80, 90, would have been 90, would have been 90, yield about 90, would have been 90, would have been 90, 80, 90, would have been 90, 80, 90, would have been 90, would have been 90, 80, 90. We're going to pass on that one, ways away. 246 is 15 U.S. $5 notes. 15 U.S. $5 notes. He'll give me a $100 bill to go. $100, but about 100 where? 100, now 5, but about 105, but about 105 where? But about 105. 100 bid, 105, but about 105, but about 105, 110, 110, bid 110, 110, but about 110. You want to see me at 110. 105, 110, bid 110, 110, but about 110. Everybody see me at 110. 105, 110. Sold it. $105. Number 29. Number 29. 247 is 82, 1964. Kennedy half dollars. Who give me 7.5 to go on all the Kennedy halves? 7.5, 800. 7.5, 800, but it be about 800 where, but it be about 8, but it 8. 7.5, 800 where, 800.5, but it 8.5, and now 900, but it 9, but it 9, but it 9, 8, 900, now 9.5, but it 9.5, $9,500 bill. 1050 where, but it 1050, but it 1050 where, but it 1050, but it 1050. Sold it back in the back, $1,000 bill, number 44. Number 44. All right, 248. 248. 51 Franklin half dollars. 51 Franklin half dollars. Right there. How many dollars on? Who give me 500 to go? But if I make it a 5-6, but if I say, but if it say 5-6 square, but if it's 6, 5-6 square, but if it about saying, but if I say, but if it say 5.5, but if I'm 5.5, but if I'm 5.5, and now 600, but 600, now 6.5, but if it's 6.5, 600 bid 6.5, but if I'm 6.5, but if I'm 6.5, sold it $600. Number 85. Number 85. All right, 249. 249. We have 716 Roosevelt dimes. 716 Roosevelt dimes. Who'll give me a $1,000 bill to go? 1,100, but 11, but 1100, but 11 and 12, but 12 and not 13, but if it's 13. 12 over here, 13, but if it's 13, but if I'm 13, 12, 13. 12, 13 where, but if it's 13, but if I'm 13, sold them $1,200. Number 43. 43. I think we got about 20, maybe 25 items. All right. Okay. Lot number 250. Lot number 250 is 1897 U.S. Liberty Head $10 gold coin. All right. How many dollars? Who give me a $1,000 bill to go? 1,000 where? But if it's 7.5, but about 7.5, now 8, now 9, now 1,000, now 11, now 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, 11, 12, but if it's 12, 11, 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, you'll about 12, but if it's 12, but if it's 12, 11, 12, now 13, but if it's 13, but if it's 13, 12, 13, but if I'm 13, 13, but if I'm 13, 13, but if I'm 13, 12, 13. Sold them $1,200. Number 79. 79. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to tell you the numbers. We're going to run back through here. As I said, we're going to waste very little time. If you're not interested, we're moving on. How you got the X's is what didn't sell? All right, lot number 4 was the first one. You out lot 4. We're not starting off. Maybe we better try this next year. That's just. Let's just go ahead and let him go, and we'll try it next year. We don't have very many here anyway. He said he's got it. All right, lot number 4 in your catalog. Lot number 4 is the first one we passed on. It was the electronically tested 14-karat foxtail tassel terminated chain bracelet. Right there. Anybody interested? Who give me $2,000 to go? 2,000 where? But if it 2, but if it 2, but if it 2, 17 and a half, but about 17 and a half, 17 and a half. All right, not interested. Number 9 was the pink coral necklace. Yeah, but it's... All right, lot number 9, the pink coral necklace, bracelet, and earrings. Give me 7.5 to go. Anybody? 7.5, but about 7.5, 7.5, 600. 600, but if it's saying, but if you know about 6. Okay, no interest there either. Okay. Lot number 32. Lot number 32 is a 14-karat white gold ladies double halo style ring. Right there. We're going to be 5,000 to go. But if you find to make it a 5, make it a value about 5,000. Where? But if you find to make it a 5, make it a 5. Anybody interested? Okay. On the political ribbons, 53. 2 political ribbons, $175. 175, but about 75, but if it's 75, 175. I'm just going to go through here with the reserves if we're not interested. 54, 123.75. 55, 168.75 on the political ribbons. 56 on miscellaneous early ribbons, 108.75. 57 is miscellaneous political items, $210. All right, 79 was 25, 1982, U.S. Washington proof $half. $300. $300. Anybody interested? 92 is a lady's hand-assembled 32-inch opera-length pearl necklace, $150. $148 assorted sterling items. Did you get there? 148 on the assorted sterling items, $176.25. Anybody interested? 176. All right, on 153, it's a 3-stamp, 14-karat, 18-karat yellow gold ladies cluster ring, $750. $750. Anybody? 4 electronically tested 14 to 18 karat pendants, $155. $1,125. $173 beaded jewelry, $78.75. $191, the prestige set and others, $104.25. I got 104.25. You want to be 105? I got to start somewhere, sir. Sold it back in the back to number 10 for $104.25. $104.25. Right, lot number 191, prestige set. And then we're going to lot 203. It's a 19 U.S. bicentennial 3-piece, 40% silver sets, $282.75. $282.75, anybody? And now 285. 282.75, 285, but at 285, sold it over here. number 29 for $282.75. All right, lot number 218, 14 karat stamped yellow and white gold ladies engagement ring and wedding band, $750. $750, anybody? Okay, 227 is 18 karat, 21 karat electronically tested yellow gold chains and pendant, $1,050. All right, 235 is the 88 cachet postal coverings for $60. 60, I got 60, 65. Anybody interested? 60, 65. Sold it, $60 to number 57. On number 236, 1,169 postage stamps. I just sold 235. 236 is 1,169 postage stamps, 108.75. 108.75. Same way, 108.75 to lot or buyer number 57. Slot 236. And then the last one we have is the 245 is the mint sets, 6 special mint sets and other, $111.75. Okay, that concludes the auction, folks. I appreciate you working with us. We had a couple technical difficulties, but pretty good auction. Hope everybody got what they wanted, and be sure and see the cashier over there and then go back there and pick up your merchandise. And if somebody needs a ride, we've got a couple of golf carts where we can get you to close to your cars or out closer to your parking. Thank you very much. On behalf of myself, my staff, and the treasurer, Michael Frerichs, and all of his staff, we appreciate your attendance here today. Go out and enjoy the rest of the fair.